Hello and welcome to podcast stream thingy 27 for the Digital Homicide group. With me, as always, is Lothar. So let me get him in here. Hello, Lothar.
Hi, Triton. Hi, everyone.
And there we go. Hello. All right. Today's topic will be we have no topic. It's the last podcast of the year, so well, we will be talking about 20.
Some random events that happened
Yeah,
approximately during this year.
exactly, yeah, something like that. So, yeah.
I basically have one of the 2 points that I wanted to address, but it's going to be one or another. I can talk a little bit about something that I can describe what I don't like, and the other is from Netflix.
Sure, go ahead. Do it.
Uh, so, do you actually have honey pop in Germany on it or spent?
What? Which one?
Honey pop,
Honey
shit.
Pop? Yeah, we have Honey Pop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Can you open the second game?
I hope the second is showing up. Honey Pop, Honey Pop. I'm not sure actually if that's showing up in. Eh? Wait a second, I had it.
Maybe you had the first one.
Yeah, but it doesn't show up in my library anyway. The fuck? Hey! I
Uh,
mean, I don't care for that game, but I definitely had it. No, it's not showing up in Steam anymore. Are you kidding me?
really?
Wow!
Try, try GOG link?
Why? The fuck is that not showing? The heck? Wow, that's super weird. I mean, I know that some games that are sex related are not showing up in German Steam, but that's super weird. I mean, uh, what? Okay. Oh wait, I wrote it wrong. Ah, yeah. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I have the problem with writing the name of the game right as well.
Yeah, I wrote it like honey, with an O. But the
Yeah,
second
I
is no,
know.
the second is not showing up, and I can only see the digital art collection and the soundtrack and Honeycam Studio and shit. But why the fuck? Okay, but that
Hmm.
explains. I have Honey Pop here. Um, let's see what it says for the German store page. Yeah, this isn't allowed in my country. This is fucking hilarious. Are you kidding me? Wow. If you
Uh,
want to be a gamer and play every game possible, don't come to Germany if you don't live here. Wow.
don't come to Russia as
This
well.
is fucked up. I mean,
Best bet is Japan.
I get it that porn games are not allowed, but seriously. And why is my
As far as I know, you can. At least Steam not providing 18 plus patch for the first game, but GOG, hey, pay extra and get it.
it's so weird. Seriously. And
Yeah, okay. So about this particular
mhm.
game, I quite liked the first one. Not because of the obvious reasons, because I I'm kinda know what the anime community can produce, and I know when I should look if I want to see, let's just say, cartoon boobs. I quite like this pretty relaxing, much 3 style of gameplay, and also, well, let's just say exploration with additional 3. Ooh, you almost translated.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix that shit, but
Yeah. So I quite like the exploration stuff that you have in this game. Also, secret characters and whatnot. And also, I quite like that games turn into endless match 3 with basically impossible difficulty curve. Well, if we're talking about it as a porn game, nothing special. If we're talking about some adult theme match 3 game, yeah, it's quite interesting. This one I have problem. Starting with the cast.
Yeah, because it's pretty inclusive with every.
I am not talking about inclusive. For yes, of course I scratched my head when I saw bisexual Muslim that wear hijab. I at least question the developer sanity at this point. I'm mostly talking about particular taste in some of the girls that present in this game. Those two that you can see right here is are returning characters from the previous game. I have no idea why those two particular, but okay, we have two characters from the previous cast. This girl on the right is uh, she either Irish or Scottish,
Mm-hmm.
and she's criminal.
Mm-hmm.
She's working in a bar
Okay,
and she's selling drugs.
so kinda cliche.
Yep. When I was like, so okay, you want me to. First of all, you basically covered her ass in front of police. Like, nah, she didn't do anything. Nah, I know her for a really long time when we were together yesterday. She could not possibly steal that shit. She definitely stole that shit. And the basically one character in particular that made me turn this game off and drop it completely was let's just let's just, I don't know even how to describe it. How would you react on a character if somebody was like, dude, this girl is so fucking rocking hot that I don't care if I get STD from her.
Nah.
Uh-huh. And this character was first a stripper, second a freaking whore, and third drug addict.
Yeah, I mean,
Hit trick. It was basically all the alarms that could sound at the same
it's
time.
a match 3 then.
Yeah, much too made it better. This character made me just close this game, rage quit, and put a 3-star just out of generosity that the gameplay, specifically match 3, match 3 part of the gameplay, was an evolution of match 3 from the previous game.
Okay.
But after a week or two, I was like, damn, I still have this freaking stripper in my mind. I think this 3-star that I gave this game is too fucking much. But GOG didn't allow me to put it into a 1-star rating.
Weird. It also
Yeah.
it also looks like some models come from a different studio. So
Oh, they definitely changed the artist. You can basically see that 3 particular characters look really different from on the left you have a new character, middle and the right one is old characters.
yeah, and the right one there have been a few characters with a bit of shine on their skin, which is missing on the others. So that's kind of where you see one of the differences. Like here, those are the same from the same person or same studio.
Yep, yep. Those, as I said, those two characters they returned from the previous cast, and those two are new characters.
Yeah.
Different style of clothing, different style of
Then we have a
faces.
Then we have an Arab character in there. We have your, I don't know, this is, I guess, your, in quotes, stupid blonde.
It's not just your stupid blonde. If you know anything about Japanese gyar culture, so yeah, that's basically gyar.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not just a stupid blonde character. She also basically in a life of fuck me and pay for me.
Okay. Pretty much.
She basically personalized doll.
Yeah. Like gold digger or
Yeah.
daddy's little girl. Hey, Baron.
Yeah. Somebody who's shameless and do anything for money.
Yeah. Then
Hi, Baron.
then I guess this is the bisexual or lesbian character.
No, it's
No?
it's a Scottish Scottish underwear model.
Aha, okay.
She's really half Scottish. Who that on the left? I don't know. I haven't seen her.
Yeah, well.
And, yeah, basically, if we're talking about writing in the first game, yeah, it's like tongue-in-cheek, light-hearted, and well, basically, it's not like something that you could take seriously.
Yeah, I mean.
This one, damn, I told you about my problem with the stripper character when I was like, yep, goodbye forever.
Yeah, that would be that would just be a no-go for me in real life as well, you know. It's just like, nope. I went to a club once with a few friends, and I saw a girl that I saw a week before, and I talked to her the week before, but she was leaving already. And I told one of my buddies, "Hey, I'm gonna get a drink with her at the bar," and he was kind of laughing because, yeah, she looked really good. So she was kinda above my league, and yeah, one of my friends back then was basically like a model, so he looked really good. So he was like, yeah, okay, good luck. So a lot of guys were hitting on her, and she kind of refused everybody. Well, then I went to her, and yeah, we went to drink at the bar. Let's just say after 5 minutes, I wished her a nice evening and yeah, left because. No offense, I even if I just want to have sex for a night or so, but I kinda like if the person is not completely stupid. And she was just looks. There was just no brain. You could hear the wind whistle through her.
So it's basically just like a Barbie doll.
Yeah.
Looks pretty but empty inside.
Yeah, completely. There was no substance to it. Yeah, sure, she looked good, but nah. I quote a friend, one girl hit on him and he was just not into it. And because she was also pretty much the same. Good looks and nothing in the brain. And he was like, hey, sorry, yeah, I don't just want to fuck, I want to talk as well, so sorry. So yeah, no, it's
basically people kind of can't understand. I specifically can't understand this bro culture. Even when those bros get together and just drink till they passed away, what about talking with each other, my mate? we we Russians don't just drink to get drunk and pass out. We drink to talk.
Yeah, that's
Whenever we drink, we stop talking, and we talk a lot.
Hawking. Can you eat that? Yeah, it comes in different doses. So yeah, I had a lot. Oh boy, yeah, it's so weird. I mean, yeah, some guys don't care, but yeah, well, I mean, those are kinda yeah.
So yeah, basically for me, Honey Pop 2 is just a first disappointment that came out this year. It not like I was expecting much from the sequel, but it definitely was something that put this developer into okay, he don't know how to write anything, including characters.
Yeah, I guess we're not exactly the target group for this game, you know.
Again, if it was just to show anime boobs, I can show at least a couple of dozen sites when you can find those
Yeah, but
for
you have
free.
to look at games like this from, I guess, from a 12-year-old teenage dude kind of.
When I was 12 years old, okay, maybe, but still, had a little bit more brain to figure out that going, going, going and acquiring Playboy or something like that would be a little bit more problematic than trying to find one specific unlabeled videotape. Specifically when you know that it exists.
Yeah, like I said, you're not the target group. You're too old and you have a brain. And that's maybe not exactly what they expect from their gamers. Like, I mean, I didn't play the first one really. I mean, I tried it just to know what's all the fuss about it because I don't know. A lot of people talked about it and stuff. But let me read here. I like the virgin girl with the shy personality. I go straight for the chick with the biggest rack. I'm a sucker for abuse, so I go for the tsundere girl. Yeah, okay, so. Ooh.
Spoiler, neither of them are urchins or tsundere.
Yeah, but I mean, hi Omega. um, Gamers don't have brains. What? Uh, yeah, I know
So
a
yeah,
lot of.
this game, you know, in first game it was like different girls have different personalities, and you must basically make them a little behave in a way that girl will like.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're not going to act like a macho man in front of a single mother who basically seek somebody who gonna be like your average dad.
Mm. We have no brains. No brain.
Yeah, and basically this game threw this all away and was like, yeah, you're gonna be dude, you're gonna be bro. Basically forgot your dignity and brains.
Yeah, well, and why is the chat not showing? What the fuck?
Oh, you mean
In the overlay. In the overlay.
yeah, okay.
Ah.
So yeah, it's not like I'm offended by this game. It's not like I'm pissed at this game. I'm just disappointed.
Mm.
And I'm disappointed a lot.
Disappointed much?
Yeah.
um, let me see. I have to.
On a quick note, fuck Capcom and every Resident Evil movie. I mean live action movie.
Let me try to fix that with chat here real quick.
Uh, and basically, it's the end of my tirade about anime. Did you have any topic that you wanted to discuss, or can I just drop to
Oh, go.
Witcher and go full
Oh,
rage?
hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know how Netflix is basically famous, but they really accurate and good anime adaptations.
Oh, because are we talking about Cowboy Bebop?
Nope, we're talking about The Nightmare of the Wolf.
Okay, that doesn't ring a bell.
We're talking about The Witcher.
Oh, I heard something about The Witcher. Didn't the main actor kind of spoil the whole season or something?
You know what I care about? That for some cursed reasons, while anime adaptations can live only one season or one feature film, The Witcher continue to be raped.
I didn't see the
Henry Cavill may be a good actor, but his Geralt is fucking shit. But if you compare Geralt to whatever shit show happening in the full around him, he's a good Witcher. He's a good Witcher, but only compared to everything that happened around him. Netflix's Witcher is a piece of shit.
I didn't see anything of it. I have no idea. I mean, I just saw pictures and trailer, but I didn't see the first season or anything. So
Well, let me start with Netflix announcing The Witcher. When Netflix announced The Witcher, Russian-speaking community was like, "Why did you pick this?
mm,
Why did you pick this actor to play as Geralt?" It's not like he's a bad actor or anything, but he was a bad choice for a Geralt.
yeah, a lot of people had that question.
They had this question before the first episode. After that, they were like, "Okay, Geralt is good, everything other is shit."
Yeah, I seriously cannot say too much about that. But I also don't know why chat is not showing. Normally it should show. God damn it.
Yeah, I do remember it worked. So, The Nightmare of the Wolf. They made a prequel animated movie about Vesemir, the oldest Witcher in the world.
Hmm.
Try to Google The Nightmare of the Wolf, even though I really don't like it. It doesn't look half bad as it can. Uh, so, the
Oh.
oldest Witcher in the world. And what Netflix gives us? Yeah, it gives us somebody who's around 50 or 60 years old. I don't know about you, but my definition, the oldest Witcher in the world, kinda more than 50 or 60 years old. And if we're talking about games, somebody who's more than 100 years old.
Yeah, is he just looking like he's 50 or is he actually 50? And when does
He
that,
not even looking like he 50 or 60.
and when does that actually play?
It
You know what I mean? Is it
Geralt is a little boy in this animated movie who just became a Witcher.
okay? But it's basically, is that basically the how do I say that? Well, if that's the oldest Witcher, is that the
Yep.
first 50-year version of that Witcher then, or should he have been much older at that point already?
At this point, he already was old as shit.
Okay, so Geralt wouldn't have been around when he was 50. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
But well, basically, it mostly just speculations, but that we cannot confirm with the books. But with the game Witcher 3, we have one scene when Lambert, Geralt, I don't remember the name of the third Witcher. Well, basically those three Witchers, the last Witchers that the School of Wolf ever produced, were drinking and having a good time, and they found a really old head that was most likely more than 200 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And this head belongs to Vesemir.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, he used to be young, but more than 200 years ago.
Yeah. But okay, you need to know about the books and stuff. I wouldn't know. So if I would see that,
If you read the book, you can get that that he's the oldest Witcher, but not how old he
hmm,
is. You basically get the uh, hints that he was already old when Geralt came to this school, but not like he was, hey, I'm on top of my life.
hmm. Yeah, Omega, at least Honeypop isn't early access for 8 years, like 7 Days to Die, which actually just turned 8 a few days ago. So, I never read the books, but I love
So,
the series.
so without getting into too much of this piece of shit animated movie, I'm going to spoil one big twist. Uh, in this movie, Witchers produced monsters to hunt them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
In this freaking movie, they put Witchers whose sole purpose in life to find and hunt down monsters, producing said monsters like there no anyone who can produce monsters like freaking mages who actually produce monsters for one reason or another, or those monsters can be created by the curse or something like that, or those monsters can just naturally breed.
Yeah, so it's
It,
so they depicted basically like the Ghostbusters who make their own ghosts, or the
yeah,
antivirus company producing Trojans and viruses to still have a job, because if there wouldn't be any, there wouldn't be a need for that. So if there are no monsters,
yep,
there wouldn't be a reason for witchers. So
yep. So they put basically pure greed concept and said, yep, that's what what those poor people who basically was took away from their homes were forced were mutated by the force, and now they doomed to hunt down monsters for the rest of their lives. They just produced monsters, and it's not like hunting monsters is a difficult job.
mm.
It's like, yeah, I can do it with one hand. Come here, freaking Hydra. I can do it before the breakfast.
Yeah, exactly. With one arm bound on my back.
Yeah, Heracles, nah, he's just a pussy. He can do it even being completely drunk.
Yeah, but so what is the target group for that then? Because if you're a gamer, you know that's bullshit, and if you know the books, you also know it's bullshit. So who is?
Target audience is people who basically eat shit in the first season. People who liked the first season of Netflix's Witcher liked this animated movie. Netflix rewriting Witcher 10.
I mean, it looks pretty cool. The look is pretty nice, but yeah, if
Again, as I said at the start, it look not half as bad as it should. Looks quite good, but all other stuff, nope.
I don't know. This year wasn't the brightest year for
Let's just
Netflix.
say that I'm not see that motherfucker as neither as North or Slav. He doesn't have a beard as a North, he doesn't have beard as a Slav. Nordic beard, Slavic beard, and his haircut in more stylish European style than Nordic and Slavic.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Looks too modern and too Western.
And if fuck it, as we're talking about Netflix, we can talk about also their anime adaptations and recently flopped Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, I just read about that. That was the fastest cancelled show on Netflix anyway, but also in movie or TV show history or so. That was cancelled after 3 weeks or so.
That was cancelled basically faster, something that was cancelled on a preview episode.
Yeah.
That wasn't even ever aired.
So I don't. I mean, I know Cowboy Bebop from. Yeah, well, I didn't watch it really, but by pop culture, you know it. But yeah, for me, I would have watched the show and wouldn't have known how shit it is. But yeah, I read a little bit about it, and it's
well,
really
you
bad.
can basically see how they basically something that you can call cringe acting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson because, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's not as half as bad as it could be.
That's true. That's true.
Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson, yes, it at at some points it's a shot for shot remake of original animated movie.
Yeah.
It basically, if we're talking about hardcore audience who watched anime and know what Ghost in the Shell is, it's too dumb for them. But at the same time, Ghost in the Shell appeared to be too freaking smart for some people. I read some reviews who was like, this show is too dumb, but I'm talking it as a fan of the anime. And this movie was too dumb. And I was reading, next to it was the review who was like, this show is too fucking pretentious and too fucking smart for me.
Yeah, those didn't understand the metrics either, I guess. Baron, what's up with season 4 of Star Trek Discovery not being on Netflix? That was already promoted with season 3, that it will only be on what's it? Paramount Stream or something?
Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
If you're interested, I'm going to send you the news for, when it's going to be a little bit more detailed. But let's say that Netflix decided to abandon Star Trek Discovery. And now CBS basically trying to save the series with promoting it with Paramount Plus.
Well, they did say with last season, as far as I know, that it was Paramount's decision to promote their own.
It's Netflix. Netflix decided that they didn't want to put money into this show.
Ah, okay, huh. Alita, yeah, I still need to watch that. I didn't watch it. Let's see, Alita.
No, as person who kinda know what source material for Alita, Ghost in the Shell much better in adapting the original. While Alita, it's pretty looking, but it's really bad in adapting the original.
Mm.
So yeah, as far as for me, as average movie goer, basically, I know about source material, but I enjoyed the Ghost in the Shell, and basically, I was like, when me and my brother came from the cinema, I was like, and then we're going to watch real Ghost in the Shell, and I show him the original animated movie, and he was like, so yeah. Even though that I think that Ghost in the Shell took enough mm, interpretative in some things really freely to make it a little bit more dumb for an average movie goer. Yeah, okay, Mika. But
Well, I like the movie.
oh, what was that? Yeah, okay. But I don't think that stuff like Ghost in the Shell is a bad adaptation. If you look at Netflix's Death Note, if you look at Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, this is a bad adaptation. And this adaptation is as bad as it can get.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, I read that there was I mean, I don't know the original, so I cannot talk
And
about it.
basically, with Cowboy Bebop, Netflix did basically the same thing as they doing with Witcher. They trying to rewrite the original.
Mm. So they basically take the original as more as an inspiration than the line they really should follow.
They took the original as a brand.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So, yeah.
So yeah, basically they took existed property and was like, we can get a lot of money from existing fans.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
existing fans was like, wait a fucking second.
Yeah, and then it sucks when it isn't true to the source material. Death Note from Japan was a good adaptation. Same for the Japan TV drama. Yeah,
Oh yeah, speaking about that TV adaptations from Japan, you know, lately I'm hearing stuff like, yeah, I will shut up in a couple of minutes.
hey, all
I'm
fine.
hearing the stuff like leave live action adaptations to Japan and stop westernizing Japanese property. Well, you know, I'm a person who a little bit more know a little bit more about Japanese production, specifically how manga can transforming into anime and how that can transform into live action.
Mm.
We had the Japanese live action adaptation of Full Metal Alchemist and Attack on Titan.
Mhm.
Attack on Titan died on the either second or the third feature film, while Full Metal Alchemist TV adaptation was pure garbage.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm hearing stuff like just leave live action adaptation to Japan. They know the source material. They will do it with honor to the source material.
Mm.
No, it's fully depend on producer and production.
Yeah, that's true. And some stuff from Asia, and I'm not just talking about Japan, but some stuff from Asia is not or might not work really in the Western world when it comes to movies because they do have some different style. Like movies from Korea, for example, Um, what was that one? Garshap or something? I don't know. It was also an anime related movie. That was pretty badass, but I'm not sure if that would actually work in the Western world because it's just too much, maybe.
You have stuff like Squid Game
Mm,
that kinda have a Asian aesthetic, Asian settings, and Asian details, specifically South Koreans.
mm,
But you have some themes from this TV series that international, specifically international for people who live in similar systems. Like when you graduated from the college and you already in the debt that you can't pay.
mm,
So yeah, even though that it have Asian aesthetic, it has also something that you can understand as European, American, or Russian.
mm.
Basically, everybody who from capitalistic world.
Yeah, yeah, because the main theme affects more people than just where it's originated.
Yep. If we're talking about adaptations of some legends
All right, Omega.
or fairy tales, yeah, it's basically something that you can say that some people will not understand.
Mm,
Like that old Chinese movie with Jet Li, Hero.
mm-hmm,
It basically the old legend about unification of China,
mm-hmm.
and it was made as a good kung fu movie.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a pretty fun movie.
Wa- Was it as significant for us as it was for Chinese? No, for us it was just a good-looking movie, kung fu movie, and this is an interesting legend.
Mm,
Well, for Chinese, it's a movie full of references to Chinese culture, to Chinese fairy tales, and to Chinese legends.
mm. Yeah,
If Chinese watch this movie, specifically Chinese from China,
mm,
he will see a lot more from this movie.
mm. Yeah, sure, because they have different backgrounds for it.
Yep,
Yeah, they use a lot of urban legends and stuff like that in Japanese horror movies and stuff.
yep. And what's interesting about Japanese urban legends, most of them have really deep roots into Japanese folk,
Mm,
in Japanese old ghost stories and Japanese old fairy
mm.
tales.
Yeah, you can see that in stuff like The Ring, for example.
Yep.
So,
Okay, Ring is a good adaptation, kinda good adaptation. Well, it's better adaptation than Ghost in the Shell. Let's sell it like that.
yeah, but there's a Western version of The Ring as well.
Well, I'm talking about Western version of the Ring.
It's not bad if you don't know the original.
Yep. But if you watch the original, you better know your ghost stories.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem because we don't really have that much knowledge about urban legends and stuff like that from Japan. And it's not all Godzilla and stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, again, I want to say something about how Japan can completely shit on adaptation of manga and stuff like that.
Mm,
How would you know Elfen Lied, right?
yeah,
How how would you react if I'll tell you that Elfen Lied is actually heavily censored?
that anime is censored.
Yep. Whatever happening is anime is 10 times more in manga.
Yeah,
I read it from start to the end. After the blood and gore from first two episodes, it kind of toned down. Not like a lot, but it's a little bit toned down. And if we're talking about sexual theme that presence in manga, it's much more sexualized. It's much more. It's much more gory. It's much more. I have no idea how to describe it. I know the Russian word, but I don't know the English one.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
just everything is more.
it's about comparison, but because I can't say it, yeah, okay, everything just more. But if we're talking about Elfin Lied anime, it was censored, but it's not like it's a bad anime. It's have basically the same points that you have in manga, but not as apparent and not as in your face.
Welcome back, Omega. I don't know why that didn't work.
Welcome. Yeah, okay. So talking about how Japan can Japanese producers can be more respectful to the source material. One of my favorite manga is Rosario to Vampire.
What? That cut out a little bit. You have to say that again.
One of my favorite manga is Rosario to Vampire.
Okay, that doesn't.
It's not like it's the best manga of all time, but it's definitely a good shonen, and it's well, let's just say that it's definitely, no matter that it have all this fan service like brass panties. Actually, you can't see shot that much. You can see upskirt shots, but you can't see panties in it, if I remember correctly. So anyway,
I don't know.
no matter what, this manga, while not being the best thing that was written of all time, but it's pretty solid and has a good writing. Anime adaptation. Right now, I'll say anything that is good about anime adaptation, and we'll just move on. We can move on.
What's your opinion about Blood, the Last Vampire live action movie?
I know Blood Plus animated series. I haven't seen Blood the Last Vampire. I didn't even know that it was released.
Oh, damn it. That's not what I wanted. Wait, let's see.
So let's just say that even Japanese studios, when it comes to money and what's trending or not, can be really disrespectful to the source material. And the phrasing "just leave it to Japan" can't be panacea for Netflix's adaptation. The what is definitely a panacea at this point is being respectful to the source material and knowing it.
Wait, that's already 12 years old? Alright. Okay, trailer for the original. I don't know either, so can't really say much about it.
I watched Blood Plus, so I kind of have an idea what is theme in this movie.
I mean, that's 21 years old, so. And you can see that in the style. Even I can see that.
Yeah, you can basically see that it's from the same studio that drawn the Ghost in the Shell.
Mm. Yeah, they mentioned it as well. But yeah, you can see that. You can see that style. But yeah, that's always also a thing. A lot of mangas have so many books that it's kind of hard to transport them in one anime.
Not as hard as you think it is. Neon Genesis Evangelion finished, started as a manga, and basically almost the same year started the anime adaptation. Anime adaptation started at the same year as manga started and ended in the next year, while manga ended in 2000 and shit. Give me a second.
Oh my god, that typical movie voiceover from Western. Oh my god.
What are you doing? It's not your war. Go home.
So yeah, manga Neon Genesis Evangelion ended in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Studio basically asked from asked the author of the original how manga will go and how it will end.
Mm.
And yeah, they basically did what he said.
But yeah, I mean the live action doesn't look too bad. I have no idea how close it is to the original, because like I said, I don't know the original. It doesn't look too bad. What's pretty cool in a lot of movies from Asia, and it doesn't matter if Korea or Japan or stuff, the effects are sometimes really on a high level. Which is pretty interesting for some movies. Some movies that I saw, I was like, wow, okay, did not expect
Well,
that
if
quality.
it's at least half decent kung fu movie and they have basically good fight scenes, then yeah, it's kind of good. It's already good because you can see how two people fighting each other. It's not like all CG like in
Oh yeah, I mean,
Terminator.
yeah, I mean fighting scenes and stuff, and wire work, and I don't know, fighting in treetops and shit like that. Yeah, they definitely have that. That they definitely know how to do that. It's a bit close to at the beginning, then went away from the original material. Personally, I liked the movie, not perfect, but good enough for my taste. Yeah, would be the same for me, I guess. Looks good enough, and I don't know the original source, so. When it comes to game adaptations in movies, there's one guy who knows how to rip apart every franchise, and that's Uwe Boll from Germany. Pretty much every game franchise he touched, he just made a shit movie. It doesn't matter. Blood Rain, Postal.
Postal.
Although Postal, the first 10 minutes, I mean, the movie's pretty old now, but for those who didn't see the movie, they depict what happened in the cockpit before 9/11 happened. So before they went into the towers, you can see how those terrorists talk to each other. And even though the topic is sad with 9/11, but what they did with the cockpit part is fucking hilarious and comedy gold. And that's really hilarious. Let me see if I can find just the beginning comedy.
What if we were lied to?
Because that's just so fucking hilarious. Okay, it's just 3.5 minutes here, but This is
One thing that I liked from Postal movie is how Vince Daisy came out of the crutch suit and started hitting Uwe Boll in the face. That's what I liked about this movie.
I did see an interview with Uwe Boll, which was pretty good actually. He had some really good points. But yeah, he's just a strange guy. What I like about him, a lot of critics were kinda telling him to, hey, I'm gonna punch you, and he was like, okay, let's meet in the ring. I'm here for you. Come on, you wanna fight me? And somebody actually tried, but Uwe Boll, as far as I know, was a boxer when he was younger, so
Uwe Boll was also physically bigger
oh yeah,
than the person who he fought.
that's the next part. It didn't take long, but yeah. Okay. So yeah, we don't really have a topic for today, so we also have no idea how long it's going. So we're just gonna talk and rant and do shit, I guess.
I didn't even have one topic to rant about.
All right. So.
Congratulations, Nabi. We are at the doorstep of our martyrdom.
Praise Allah.
Praise Him. Soon we will be greeted by Allah, the one true God, and by the cheers of our forefathers, and by 99 perfect virgins who will worship us for all eternity.
I thought it was 100.
What's that?
100 virgins. They promised me 100.
99, 100. What's the difference?
If they're telling you one thing and they're telling me another, maybe they don't know for sure.
Maybe. Maybe the exact number of virgins is not precise.
I mean, if it's in the 90s, I can live with that.
Or 75.
Hey, I'm not greedy, but what if it's 10?
Well,
What if it's 10, but we have to split them between us?
then you'll have 5 more virgins than you have right now, right?
We're talking about eternity here. How long will 5 virgins last you?
Maybe a month? They're not going to be virgins for long, right?
Look, would it make you feel better if we called the big guy?
Yes.
Take this thing. It's ringing. Osama, yes, it's Asif. No, we're on it. It's fine, but security takes forever, you know. What are you going to do? Anyway, look, Nabi has a question. Will you talk to him?
No.
Talk to me.
Hello. Yes.
It's about the virgins. Really? It was 100 when I signed up. There's not that many anymore. Too many martyrs, not enough virgins to go around.
You've got to be kidding me. Does he know where we are here? Give me the phone. Take this thing. Osama, Sasif. Right now, can you tell me the number absolutely that you can guarantee Nabi and myself as far as virgins are concerned? No, that's fine. We can't guarantee more than 20. Screw this, right?
I'm glad you said it first.
Okay, get on the intercom, tell the passengers we are changing course for the Bahamas.
Bahamas!
So yeah, that's how Postal begins, and now we know what really happened.
This particular scene, it's definitely something in the Postal style.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it fits the movie fine. It has nothing to do with the game at all.
And it definitely wouldn't be depicted in America back then, or most likely now.
Yeah, definitely. But that's seriously one of the best parts that I've ever seen from Uwe Boll, directed by Uwe Boll. That was really funny. Oh, let's go to the Bahamas. Ah, Bahamas! This is just fucking awesome. You know, one thing I like this year is the dude who said a few years ago, fuck the Oscar, because he refused this movie, and then he won the Game Award this year for Way Out. Where he won it, they won it this year? Didn't A Way Out come out last year?
I think it's the last year.
Yeah.
I don't remember a way out in the current.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I guess it was this year because, yeah, you normally you have the Game Awards the year after the year they award and stuff. Yeah, I think it was last year. But A Way Out, Way Out is a really, really nice game. Really fun. Baron and me, we played it. Baron, by the way, we still need to play that the other way around to see the other outcomes and stuff, and the other end of the story. But yeah, it's a pretty cool game, and I wouldn't mind a movie about that game. The story is pretty nice, and the twist at the end as well. So yeah, I would really see that as a movie.
I personally can't, because movies, if they more than 2 hours, you basically expect something like, well, more, at least something on a visual level of, let's just say, recent Spider-Man, but not criminal drama.
Not really. I mean, if you look at movies like the Fast and Furious series, which is all also pretty long movies. Yeah, nah, I don't know.
Like, people are saying that Fast and Furious overstated welcome since fourth or fifth movie.
Yeah. I mean, the last James Bond is also pretty long. I think 2.5 hours or so, or almost 3 or something. Huh.
I just hope that next James Bond wouldn't be Jesse.
That series is done. Yeah, shit. Fast and Furious. Yeah, well, it's more a sci-fi movie than it's still about racing or anything. I mean, I get it with heists and stealing shit, but come on, really, they did just a
Heist of Russian military base to steal the fucking nuclear submarine that they hijacked via Wi-Fi.
yeah, all that shit. I mean, and just the trailer for the last one with, I don't know, cars on wires going over canyons and shit. I mean, let's keep it a little bit realistic and not completely. I don't know. It's just. I mean, some stuff, some movies, even though they're movies and they're obviously over exaggerating shit, but they're still kinda realistic. Even James Bond is kinda possible what you see there, you know? I mean, not that he survives pretty much everything that kills you right away, but that's a
Or
different.
that you can have a laser that can cut metal in the wristwatch.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that. Although a lot of the gadgets that you actually see in the movie are gadgets that do exist or do work. Like, I don't know, rocket or projectile out of a pen and stuff like that. So a few of the things actually do have real life counterparts, basically. But yeah, when it gets too crazy, I mean, yeah, there are still movies and stuff, but come on! Seriously?
Wait, Fast and Furious ended up in space, right?
Kinda? I don't know. I didn't see the last one.
And
That's
And
it's
basically,
not working, Omega. I don't have that that source in there, it seems.
And basically, as we know from horror franchises, when a franchise went into space, the next thing that will come is a reboot.
Yeah, nah, they actually for Fast and Furious, I think they go up to 12. The last two will be basically one movie that's split in two parts or some shit like that. But Vin Diesel basically pulled the plug. He was like, "Nah, it needs to be over now. It's okay now." They went in space in the ninth movie. Oh God, seriously. I mean,
I'm gonna put a serious speculation that they're gonna pull horror trope and do the reboot next.
nah, I don't think that there will be a reboot because that show just lives from Vin Diesel, and now it lives from Vin Diesel basically, and maybe The Rock. But they already split off The Rock into the other movie, Hoff and I don't know, something.
It's not like I hate to see Rock. Uh, Let me just remember the movie.
Well, he was added a few movies ago. He's not part of the original, but part of the original. What was his name?
I kinda liked Rock in Walking Tall.
Is it that where he plays the sheriff or something?
Yeah,
Where he has that.
with the plank.
Yeah, that wooden plank that he makes a bed out or something that he has in the back of his
I
pickup.
kinda liked him in that movie.
Yeah, that was a really good one actually. It was not just smashing people and hitting people. It was actually also pretty good acting. So yeah, that was a pretty good movie actually. I mean, come on, that guy is he doesn't need anything. He ripped out his own fucking gate because it didn't open and he had to leave. So he ripped out a fucking gate out of this freaking. I mean, if you saw those pictures, poor gate. I mean, okay, it was not.
And now we're on nostalgia trip.
Yeah. I mean, The Rock is not in Fast and Furious anymore. Yeah, well, he got his own movie. No, I think they said they go up to 12, actually. But I don't know. Vin Diesel was an asshole to him. Yeah, well, I think it's a bit like Arnold and Sylvester back in the day. So they also hated each other. Now they're friends, but yeah, they hated each other in the 80s and the 90s.
Career basically over than a decade ago. Why they should hate each other? They basically both pensioners who taking sometimes acting as a job.
Mm. That's why we made Hobbs and Shaw instead of Fast and Furious 9. Ah, okay. Hobbs and Shaw was also not too bad, actually. Was also kind of fun.
I still kind of like Jason Statham more than Vin Diesel.
Yeah, same for me. But
Basically, as an action hero.
yeah, he's more relatable, I think. Just from his stature, he's more a normal guy, while The Rock is just a giant. I mean, he's fucking huge. I mean, he's too far from reality. You know what I mean? The Jason Statham stuff is still kinda. Yeah, I mean, he's not.
If you say grounded, I'm going to remind you about Adrenaline 1 and 2.
You mean the one where he needs to be on the edge the whole time or he dies?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that had another name here. Yeah, I read something about that actually not too long ago. When it was going about sex scenes in movies, and and weird scenes. And yeah, and well, he had to fuck the half movie to be on the edge, basically. Crank, yeah,
Or
crank,
do
crank.
some stupid shit.
Yes. Yeah, completely over the top. Yeah, completely crazy. I mean, yeah, that's yeah. I mean, movies are not realistic, but he as a person and as a guy is more relatable than The Rock. I mean, The Rock is 50 kilos of muscle more than me, and I'm yeah, I'm 190. The Rock is I think the same height, but yeah, well, he's twice my size. Yeah, Crank was fun. Yeah, he took anything that kept him up. Crazy shit.
I pretty much like how the first movie ended and how the second movie started basically how the first movie ended.
Yeah, you kind of have to do it that way. So wasn't too bad. It's the kind of the third person view of that other movie. What was that? You know, there was a movie. I think it was a Russian movie, even with GoPro view.
Hardcore Henry.
Hardcore Henry. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is a Russian movie.
That is a fucking awesome movie. I really, really like that one. That one was insane. And Crank is basically
It actually has a good action scenes, specifically when you're considering that they filmed with a GoPro.
oh yeah, definitely. Holy shit, there's a ton of really awesome action in there. I really enjoyed that. That's a movie that would work insanely well as a VR movie. I mean, you
Speaking about
would need a bucket next to you, but this would be a movie I would love to see in VR. Or 3D. Shoot 'em up.
Yeah,
Oh, that's also a fun movie.
basically movies like Hardcore Henry is something that you can quote. Well, kind of have a good understanding of what a video game based on this movie should look like.
Oh yeah, definitely.
By
That's
the way, Hardcore Henry in Russia known only as Hardcore.
yeah, I know.
I I have a feeling why they put Henry in the title, but
To make it more appealing to Western.
I think to make it more safe to Google it.
Yeah, and that yeah, because looking up the movie Hardcore would be hard. Shoot It Up was based on a rejected video game script. Really?
Hmm.
That's a pretty fun movie. I really like that one. And there's another movie which is really weird, and it's basically the whole movie is like a game, a Kimbo something something. That actually the Harry Potter actor is playing that.
Guns Akimbo.
Guns Akimbo. Oh, that was a freaking fun movie.
I still need to watch it.
Oh, that was really fun. Let me check the trailer here. Yeah, Daniel Radcliffe. First I thought, huh? How the fuck is that gonna work? But it's pretty fun actually. Stupid ad.
Daniel Radcliffe actually a good actor.
Yeah, true, but
Unlike Hermione. Emma Watson.
well, she's a good actress too. She's maybe a bit more difficult to work with, I guess.
She definitely wasn't in a good movie since. I saw her acting in Noi. I was really annoyed by that.
I'm Miles, and this is the story of the.
Did I see that one? But yeah, that movie. So crazy, all over the top.
So the internet loved it. And then I came in.
But maybe not too far off from reality.
You
with all those reality shows and shit. Same with Squid Game. I mean, I didn't see it, but might not be too much off from some future that we're going into. I don't know.
And some psycho is trying to kill me.
Well, to have something like Squid Game as a future, we need to have a fascist regime around the world.
Yeah, yeah, true. But what's funny, The Matrix gets another movie, right? That comes out this upcoming week or something. And the original is from 1999. And things that we take for granted these days were in The Matrix and kinda already depicting our future. Back then it was science fiction, but now we actually live it. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they do with technology and what they change in the new Matrix to.
Sadly, without slider phones and flip phones.
There are a lot of changes in there. I'm not sure about a few of them, but I'm gonna watch it anyway.
Yeah, I'll wait a bit, definitely.
Now, if I
That's Akimbo, a lot more priority for me than new Matrix.
yeah.
For me, Matrix was over.
Yeah, same for me.
No matter how I was feeling about the ending of the third movie, it basically was a clear ending.
Yeah, pretty much, but it also opened a lot of questions. So that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of curious how they continue the story from there on.
I have feeling that they gonna go like, oh, Shins didn't do that.
Well, I watched the trailer and well, it's yeah, I don't know. It's kinda I mean, the Matrix was reset at the end of the last movie, so it basically started new.
It was turned off.
Yeah, but it was pretty much reset. So there was a restart, and you see that at the end when the cat is walking by again, and the street is repaired and stuff, and oh, I made that sunshine for Neo and all that kind of stuff. So, and Neo is back, but he doesn't know he's Neo in the new movie. So he kind of realizes it on his own or so. So.
You know, it's kind of strange. It basically nullifies Neo's sacrifice in the third movie if they gonna just revive him.
Well, Neo was not the first Neo. There was always another Neo before, so he wasn't the first creation or the first Neo or the first. It wasn't the first reset or something. You can see that when he is in that room with the architect, where you see all his different reactions to outcomes. So I think you see 20 or 25 different versions of Neo in that room, and yeah, those are all from different other matrices or other realities. And
yes, but the story that we cared about, the story of this current Neo, and now we can basically jump to Arkham Knights.
yeah, that's why I'm curious.
Gotham Knights.
That's why I'm curious how they actually do it story-wise. But I also know that Keanu wouldn't have signed up if it wouldn't be really good. So, well, we will see. And it's only one of the Wachowski sisters doing the movie. They're not doing it.
Okay, we'll see.
I'm curious, but I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, what I've seen, yeah, is pretty nice, and it don't give away too much when it comes to action and stuff. So, and I'm not watching any other trailer. I just watched the first official one. That's okay. That's fine with me. I've seen something else with Neil Patrick Harris, a scene with him talking to Neo, and Neo is basically in therapy, and yeah, he feels like, I know this. So, something, I remember stuff, but what and why, and I don't know. It's I'm looking forward to it. And after playing the Unreal 5 experience on the Xbox, which shows kind of the future where gaming is going with Unreal 5 and photorealism and stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I hope that I can watch it in the cinema actually, because we have some kind of a lockdown. But yeah, I'm vexed, so I don't have to worry. I just
Yeah, just pull Gotham Knights trailer and let's go about these things.
In breaking news, we've received reports of an explosion somewhere north of the
We're
city.
still waiting for the police to confirm if there are any victims. This story is evolving rapidly. Please bear with us.
We heard this really loud boom. There was smoke everywhere.
Emergency services have confirmed that they've discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're still waiting for further details.
It appears that a large portion of the building has actually
In
collapsed.
international news, an explosion rocked Gotham City.
God, when it takes
Now able to
half a minute for the trailer to actually start.
Bruce Wayne
Yep.
is
The fuck?
So dramatic.
I didn't watch that actually.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. This is a code black. This message was automatically triggered when I destroyed the cave and everything it contained. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize the Batman is gone.
Looks good though.
And you can't count on the GCPD. Haven't trusted us since Jim died. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever. I'm leaving you the Belfry as base of operations. Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my files. You've always had my back when I needed you. I know you'll keep Gotham safe. Good luck.
Yeah, Omega is the right person to talk about Marvel and DC.
We kinda not going to talk about neither Marvel or DC. It's basically about current game and house. Most likely Vice. Why is basically I'm not saying that it looks better or something like that, but it basically at the same it basically at the same point of the story that we had in Arkham Knight, but it's a completely different renditions of those characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Nightwing also looked like that in Arkham Knight, right?
Right. And Red Hood became the part of the Bat family in Arkham Knight.
Mm-hmm.
And
The trailer.
actually, yes, this trailer have nothing about Catwoman at all. Well, Well, they might release her as a DLC character, like they can or didn't done that before.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Nightwing DLC and the Harley Quinn DLC for Arkham.
And Catwoman DLC for Arkham City.
Hmm. That was actually a fun DLC. I have that as well. But yeah,
It's basically a part of Game of the Year edition.
it's published by Warner, so yeah, there will definitely be story DLCs.
What I found odd about this game, it looks good. It kinda saying that, hey, remember the crazy shit we had in the last game? Yeah, we're gonna do something even more crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not the same story that we saw in the previous game.
Funny that they have a 2021 release date, but there's no.
We still have somewhere around 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's true, but it's not coming out this year. Actually,
December 31st, 5 minutes before midnight.
yeah, exactly. Oh, hey, by the way, here's the release. Yay! Happy New Year! Wait, what? You'd love to see Catwoman in that game. Yeah, true.
So, yeah.
But yeah, this...
I found all this setting is odd. We had how should we had some kind of key jiggling, like, hey, look, we will have a new Batman in the next game, and the next one is, well, this. I'm kind of let down by this.
Yeah, but if you just see it as a standalone game without the others...
If I'll see it as a standalone game, that, yeah, I'm kind of interesting. But because it came out after Arkham Knight, for me it's a big letdown.
Yeah, that's a fun joke. What happens when Catwoman kisses Batman? The Dark Knight rises. I just read it a week ago, so that's a funny one.
Well, you should somehow make a Damian Wayne.
I still need to play freaking Arkham Knight. God damn it. Need to play so many games. Oh, by the way, I'm almost done with Cyberprank. I triggered another side quest somehow that I was doing, and now I think I only have one side quest that's still running. Panem is still not done. Panem is still...
You absolutely must finish Panem before you gonna go to the...
Oh, I do everything that I find. I'm gonna do every police situation.
I think you already unlocked the second ending of the game. But yeah, if you wanna do Nomad ending, you must finish Panem.
Yeah, I'm basically, I think, maybe one meeting away or so from the end. We already talked about leaving Night City together, so we're basically already in a romance.
Did you plug yourself into the basilisk?
Oh yeah, we had that scene.
Yeah, that's mean that you can trigger Nomad ending.
Okay.
The mission that you didn't unlock is just a side quest.
Yeah, so that part. Holy shit! Yeah, that sex scene in the tank, that was pretty interesting. I mean,
you know, when I connected to that tank, I was like, looks like aquarium.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it came years before Cyberpunk, and I'm not accusing Cyberpunk in stealing that idea. It's kinda on top and stuff like that. Yeah, it has similar theme.
yeah, it's there was a movie called Strange Days which also kinda had something like that. Not in a positive way like in the game, more like in a really badass way. But
yeah, and I'm specifically mentioning aquarium because when they connected to each other in aquarium, it was in a sexualized way.
Talking about sex scene, I like the way Harley Quinn had her way with Nightwing and Batman and Harley Quinn movie. Well, Harley is she's just on another level. So, but yeah, that scene in Cyberpunk, yeah, holy shit. I wouldn't mind to try that. I mean, after that, you can never have regular sex. It just wouldn't work. No, it just wouldn't work. Just
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, there is.
you'll be like Geralt. Hey, mention the stuffed unicorn to Yennefer. Why? She'll know why. You're gonna be like, hey, mention the basilisk to Panam.
Yeah.
Why? She'll know why.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, after that sex, any other sex is just you cannot get on that level. It's just impossible. It just doesn't work. I mean, it's basically you have sex with yourself and somebody else while feeling what you feel and the other feels. I mean, it's just, I mean, what the fuck? It's a brain fuck, literally. Ah, funny.
So yeah, back to Gotham Knights. I kind of want to see what they make with this game, but it's not like I don't know if I'll ever gonna buy it, just based on the stuff that just based on the premise that they promised me at the end of the previous game. One thing, and it ended up like, well, this.
Mm. Yeah, but I still, like I said, didn't play Arkham Knight, so.
Did you play Arkham Origin?
I I started it, I played it a few hours, but
then you at least supposed to play twice as much of Arkham Knight.
Well, for me, Origins doesn't fit the Arkham games at all. I mean, first, it's not really related to the trilogy, and it just
It is.
yeah.
As I told you more than one times.
Yeah, but it
they
just
tied it up with Arkham Knight.
Yeah, I know, but it just feels weird that the whole gameplay, even though it's basically like the other games, but you do feel it's from another developer, and that was a Warner Brothers game. So that's where I'm kinda.
And it was completely broken at the release.
That's kinda why I'm scared about this game, because Warner is once again responsible for this one. And for the others it was Rocksteady, right? So that's not gameplay, you morons. That's the same fucking trailer that saw
Somewhere around the middle, if I
here.
remember correctly.
Yeah, but it looks gameplay wise exactly what you would expect from an Arkham game, I think. So.
And if we're talking about Arkham Origin, I think it was produced by a small studio, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's the reason why they took over Arkham Knight again, because yeah. I mean, that's what you get when you give your IP to somebody else to take care of it, like the GTA trilogy
Hey, it's WB. They do what they want with this IP.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So. And GTA, yeah, wasn't developed by Rockstar, so.
Definitive Edition.
Yeah, definitive edition. which is kind of stupid.
Also, I have questions. Why Batgirl is walking? In the trailer, we saw her next to the wheelchair.
In that case, she was on, I don't know, was it Statue of Liberty or something? I don't know.
If anyone asks, I meant to.
She's storming Mr. Freeze Tower.
But looks good. Graphics wise and game wise, yeah, looks pretty nice. And I'm not, I don't have the info about Arkham Knight, so I don't see it from that point of view. But it looks pretty much like you would expect an Arkham game to look and play and behave.
Hey, Parasites trying to be as things they're trying to imitate. Specifically, IP Parasites.
Yeah, but so far, well,
We need to stop this now.
I don't know if I'm gonna get it. I still need to play Arkham Knight, so it's kind of pointless for me to get it. Before I didn't finish Arkham Knight, I mean, I'm not touching another game in that universe. Doesn't make any sense for me. I need to finish that. So yeah, as soon as I'm done with Cyberprank, I'm gonna try some Halo Infinite, because I already installed the campaign. And then I think I should take care of a few third-person games, like Batman Arkham Knight, the last two Tomb Raider games from the trilogy. So yeah, I have a shit ton of games that I need to play. This week I have to build a computer, actually. PC for my parents. That's gonna be my Christmas present. Oh, hi Frosty!
Flying Mr. Freeze.
Yeah,
Wait
well.
a second, he looks like from Arkham series.
Yeah, pretty much. Besides not being Arnold.
Did they just reuse some assets?
Could be. Yeah, he's upgraded. He's a much upgraded version.
Yeah, basically when we see Mr. Freeze
But the helmet and stuff, yeah, that's...
in Arkham City, he looks one way. When we see him in DLC of Arkham Knight, he looks a little bit different. So yeah, he basically upgrading himself even between Arkham games.
Yeah, but this is a really badass version, holy shit.
A jetpack.
Yeah, that too. As if the cyber legs are not enough already. But yeah, the game looks interesting and nice so far. Talking about the metrics and the trailer starts. So
Well,
yeah,
we're gonna have another, this time, resurrection of the series. Can you Google Saints Row?
wait, want to show the trailer?
Yeah, specifically trailer.
It's the Saints Row 3 remaster?
No, reboot trailer. No, just Saints Row.
Yeah,
Not Saints
yeah.
Row 3.
Ah, stupid ads. Alright. Yeah, I've never been...
Like, Germany have nothing better to worry about than Apple cameras and winter.
But it's Apple. But yeah, I've never been the biggest fan of Saints Row series.
Dealer. Nina, they're heading your way.
And didn't they do some remastering and some shit over the last few years already? Do we really need a reboot?
Saints Row 3 remaster, and we had Saints Row 4 Game of the
Yeah.
what? Game of the Universe or something like that edition. But only Saints Row 3 had a remaster.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Hey guys, what you got in the? Oh, stolen Marshall MDI-101 M9 multi-rocket shoulder launcher.
So yeah,
Nice.
I don't know if the gaming world needs a reboot of this game.
Been hoarding. See, we need him for our startup. It's a criminal empire kind of.
One game that I wouldn't mind to see a remaster. And okay, I read about it, and it had to do with the Unreal 5 experience for the Matrix. Enter the Matrix, that would be a game that I wouldn't mind to see remastered. You basically play kinda a scene that was in that game in the Unreal 5 experience. I didn't remember it, but I read about it, and yeah, it's pretty much the same that you play back then on the highway scene. I mean, the trailer for Saints Row is fun, but also shows what I'm not the biggest fan of in the game for some reason. So much over the top.
You might feel that it's fun. For me, it's pain.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm also not a fan of all the color stuff in the game. I don't know.
It's basically a lot. It's look like a lot look like a fucking Fortnite, even by character designs.
The trailer. Oh yeah, that's true. that's true. Yeah, could be for Fortnite DLC or something.
Yeah, he basically
Yeah.
put all this shit and put Fortnite in it, and yeah, people wouldn't see a difference.
Yeah, now that you said it, yeah, definitely. Yeah. If you would just show parts of that without the Saints Row name, yeah, it could as well be a DLC for Fortnite. That's true.
And let's just see the different trend of something that they want to continue, something they want to remember, specifically Saints Row 3. Google, search for Saints Row 3 Power and mute it because it's literally Kanye West. No, trailer. So.
She had her way multiple times. And the Matrix was awesome. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about replaying that. Started the phrase and forgot to raise it. Never mind.
Saints Row 3 Power. You'll see the trailer.
Alright, Omega, enjoy. Third trailer, Kanye West this year.
Yeah. And basically muted because it's Kanye West. It's not
Yeah, copyright and shit.
And just look at the freaking visuals. It's already look a lot more different than what they trying to sell us now.
Yeah, that's true. And just from the purple stuff on her clothing, you already see. If you know the Saints Row series, you can tell now that this might be a Saints Row game. From the other trailer, it was not that apparent with the coloring.
Again, they want to sell Saints Row reboot to people who them sold this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's a completely different style.
And again, we can't hear Kanye West, but yeah, Kanye West really fitting this trailer.
Mm. Yeah, and what you can really see, this is kind of the purple group or whatnot, and you do see that in pretty much everything they wear.
Yeah, you basically see color coding of the gang.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody got something purple on them. Or, well, another color. But that one group, all
Yeah,
purple.
purple.
So yeah, you can already see that from that trailer. In the other trailer, barely. Oh my god, that trailer is also so over the top. Holy shit.
Yes, Saints Row is over the top series.
Yeah, definitely.
Saints Row must be over the top. And what we saw in the reboot trailer, nothing even barely that looked like it. Okay, car draw on top of the building.
Yeah, well, they're
It's nowhere near as impressive as this.
definitely different. But yeah, it does have that Fortnite feel to it. Yeah, definitely. And when you when they show the rocket launcher or the missile launcher, whatever, with those missiles in slow-mo passing, yeah, that also is kind of, yeah. It looks a bit.
Was actually key jingling for people who know Saints Row. Marshall is basically. What is my stag? Altar.
I have no idea.
You know, I'm actually feeling myself a little bit done right now because this key jiggling actually I recognized it as key jingling, but now I'm thinking about it, it kind of looked past me because it neither stag or altar.
No idea. So since I don't know, this year was kind of weird with games. What games are you looking forward to next year?
I don't know.
You
I'm
don't?
definitely looking forward to Elden Ring.
Yeah, that's one game. That's one game I'm also kind of waiting for. Even though I might not be able to play it, I don't know. If it plays more like Sekiro than
Play
Dark Souls,
Sekiro, you'll be more or less fine.
yeah, if it feels and controls like Sekiro more than Dark Souls, yeah, then definitely.
I send you the video of Sekiro preview gameplay. They invited a lot of Dark Souls YouTubers and make them play. Or was it? Or was it an open beta?
Let's see, that's gameplay.
It was something either an open beta or closed beta. I'm not remember. I don't remember. Maybe an
It,
open beta.
okay, it directly looks like Dark Souls.
Yes, because they promoting it to Dark Souls fans. They know their shit. They know if they want to sell this, they must promote it to Dark Souls fans.
Yeah, but it doesn't have its own look anymore. I expected it to be, I don't know, a bit different. It looks like they could have called it. Why didn't they call it Dark Souls 4? Because that's what it looks
Because
like.
it's ain't Dark Souls. If you watch gameplay video, it's definitely look different enough, specifically in movement way and stuff like that. Also exploration, it's kind of have something something that looks like an open world.
I mean, the graphics definitely look better than in Dark Souls, but
Yeah, but again, if we're talking about how any Dark Souls games looks like, they stupidly stylish and detailed, but
yeah,
they
but
don't have cutting edge graphics.
yeah, that's the thing. The graphics are just outdated. This looks much more modern and what you would expect in 2022 or 2021 or whatever. But it looks just too much like Dark Souls. Sekiro is its own game, and
Well, Sekiro was also promoted as its own game.
nah,
But
but
yeah,
but
if
when
you
you
look at Sekiro promotion, it's definitely targeting the same audience as Dark Souls fans.
yeah, true, but the trailer doesn't scream Dark Souls. This trailer screams Dark Souls from the beginning to the end. It has nothing on its own. If you wouldn't show Elden Ring anywhere, this I think everybody would say this is Dark Souls. This isn't a new IP, it's just a new name, but this is Dark Souls, 100% Dark Souls. It looks like it, and I think it will play like it as well. So I already don't see me play this. This will be too close to Dark Souls movement and everything. It looks nice, and the graphics look pretty good, but nah, just from those two gameplay trailers, I think that might not be a game for me.
Well, we also have stuff like Bloodborne that was
I still
its own
would.
thing, but it's its own thing. But if you look at promotion, it's definitely look like a Dark Souls trailer. But yeah, it have definitely Victorian style and not like full armor and stuff.
Mm. Yeah,
And
it
if
is
you
distinctive
look
enough
at,
from its own style. That's
Mhm.
it's not that medieval kind of style.
But if you look at Bloodborne from gameplay perspective, Bloodborne is more aggressive than Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Specifically first to Dark Souls.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I would be also kind of interested to play Bloodborne. I wouldn't mind if that gets ported. Because what did I just see a few days ago? Uncharted, two Uncharted games get ported to the PC now as well.
Oh, the same way, the
The
same
la-
way as Final Fantasy VII was ported ported recently on PC.
Well, it's more like the port of Horizon Zero Dawn or Days Gone.
So
So
basically, hey, no point in owning in owning PlayStation if you have a good enough PC.
yeah, yeah. I don't know what Sony's thoughts are. I guess they might not make that much with the PlayStation 5 maybe and want to have a wider
Like you can
market.
find a lot of PlayStation 5 that you can buy.
Yeah, but I I'm not that involved with all
To be
the
fair, Xbox Series X kinda in the same category as PlayStation 5.
yeah, true, but the thing with Microsoft is they do change the Game Pass for PC now, so it's not Xbox Game Pass for PC, it's the PC Game Pass or something like that.
Oh.
And the thing is, um, Microsoft don't need either category. If you have a console, you can play the games. If you have a PC, you play basically the same games. So, and Sony doesn't.
Yeah, that's basically a good move by Microsoft. It's definitely will play a lot more better for them than for Sony.
Yeah, and even though there is something like PlayStation games on a PC or so, but it's not as promoted as from the
Not
Xbox.
available in Russia.
Yeah, that's another thing. But I think Sony and also with Microsoft acquiring Bethesda and a bunch of other studios, which did produce games for the PlayStation, I think they just want to make sure to have one revenue or one income that is different to console gaming, and the ports that they got out so far. I still need to play Beyond Two Souls, but we talked about that. But the other ports, like Days Gone and Horizon Zero Dawn, are pretty good. And Horizon Zero Dawn, the next one, as far as I know, will be coming out on the console and the PC at the same time, or shortly after each other, not like years apart. Which is also easier because PlayStation 5 is much closer to an actual PC than you don't have to port it for a next gen system because it already comes from next gen system and it is produced for next gen. So there will be no PlayStation 4 version as far as I know from Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon, I don't know the title, but yeah, I think that's the
Horizon basically.
yeah. But I think that's the reason why Sony goes to PC a bit more now and also in the future. So there are a few games, the exclusive games that PC players kinda would like to play, like God of War, for example, coming out.
It will came out, but I'm more interested in Spider-Man and Bloodborne and Persona 5
Yeah, that's
than
true.
in God of War.
And yeah, Persona is already a series that is already on PC, so chances that the later ones will come out on PC.
Please make remake of Persona 3 FAS with portable storyline.
I wouldn't mind to play Persona 5 actually. I saw that in a few streams. So that would be interesting to play. There are several games that I wouldn't mind to see on PC, and since Sony starts to release a few of their exclusive games, there is no reason for me to ever get a PlayStation. Because if they continue to release the really good exclusives like God of War and games like that, there's no point for me to even think about getting a PlayStation. I just wait for the better version on PC. So I do hope that Death Stranding, the PS5 enhanced version, will be released for PC. I was about to buy it a few weeks ago in the sale because it was only 15 or 18 bucks or so. But since I know,
it's a really specific game.
Yeah, I do know that. But there are some gameplay elements in it that I actually enjoy in other games as well. So it might be pretty fun, but since I know that there's a next gen version now, yeah, well, I'm not getting the regular version for PC if I could have ray tracing and all that kind of shit in the new version. So
there used to be a talk that PC version going to be upgraded to definitive version, but
yeah,
I don't know if it's actually happened or will happen.
it didn't happen yet, but that might make sense. But
so
yeah,
Dying Light 2.
Dying Light 2 is the game that I'm looking forward for next game. For next year. one of the games that I was looking forward for this year, but well, yeah, it got pushed again. So, and I'm still mad about the fact that they didn't even reply to my freaking application. They were looking for Q&A testers and stuff. So that would have been really, really, really awesome to be part of that. But yeah.
Okay, now I can strike down Dying Light 2 as the game that I'm working on.
Nah, that would have been really awesome. Because I really, really enjoyed Dying Light. One of the highlights of the last few years when it comes to single player gaming. and it just looks freaking awesome. So, and
Dying Light 1 definitely was not for me. I liked that parkour in Dying Light 1 much better than in Mirror's Edge. The last one.
yeah, but it's different. I still need to
It's
play
totally
Mirror's Edge.
better.
Still need to finish that.
But yeah, it definitely wasn't for me.
Yeah, it's not for everybody, I guess. I really enjoyed it. I'm not the
Same with
biggest.
Saints Row.
Yeah. I'm not in the Saints Row, so you enjoy that more. I enjoyed that more. So, but I'm actually not really the biggest fan of zombies. No matter what, zombies in games or in movies, it's kinda, for me personally, it's a theme that's overdone so much. But wait,
Yeah,
the game
was
is
it the start of 2000s when every single studio tried to produce at least one horror movie with zombies?
exactly, that's the thing. Then you had The Walking Dead over years, and you had Left 4 Dead, and you had that, and World War Z, and this and that, and more zombies, and yay, zombies, and it's like, are there no other freaking horror characters or things in horror that you could use or come up with something new, maybe? You remember the Final Fantasy movie that wasn't really related to Final Fantasy, the sci-fi one?
Season.
That would be something that I wouldn't mind to see as a game.
Also, if that movie was realized a lot better than it was, I think it might work better.
Yeah, the name Final Fantasy was just completely wrong. If you expected Final Fantasy and you watch that movie,
You
I mean,
have no idea how much I was disappointed.
yeah, even though I'm not the biggest, or I'm not a fan of Final Fantasy as a game, but I do know the game, and I do know the characters. And I was watching that movie, and at the end, I seriously was like, okay, and what does that have to do with Final Fantasy now?
If we're talking about general team save the planet, then it's not like it's that unique for Final Fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, the movie was not bad, but
Story structures, no, it's actually bad. Story structure, characters, stuff like that. It wasn't anything like Final Fantasy.
yeah, no, not at all. What it was a really nice quality animated movie. The quality
Yeah.
and the way it looked
And-
was really awesome.
And if we talk about Final Fantasy VII Advent Children movie, it was, it looked so freaking beautiful. Too bad that to understand this movie, you must play Final Fantasy VII and Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII.
That was the kung fu martial art one, right?
No,
No?
it was the one based on Final Fantasy VII. Again,
What?
if you didn't play Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy Crisis Core, you had no idea what the fuck is happening in this movie. And even if you did play those games, you still had a lot of questions that wasn't answered at all.
Hmm.
So yeah, how this movie looks? Bellissimo. Storytelling just awful.
Hmm.
Character development, you must know this character from previous iterations.
Yeah, that's always weird if you kinda have to know origin stories or something to games and stuff. I mean, at one point it becomes really difficult because when you're talking about game series, a few series are decades old. I mean, some games started 20 plus years ago. So if it,
Also, when Final Fantasy Seven Advent Children even came out, it was already, I think, PlayStation 2 generation.
mm,
And if we're talking about recent Final Fantasy fans, which are really poor souls because they had Final Fantasy 13.
yeah, I mean those the
People
actual
who knew Final Fantasy 13 didn't knew Final Fantasy 7. And I'm talking about not the old fans that return from iteration to iteration, but about new fans who was like, yeah, Final Fantasy 7 was awesome. I want to play more of Final Fantasy. Oh, it's the only Final Fantasy on PlayStation 3. Okay.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you get into a series like that and you don't know the backstory, I mean, with Final Fantasy, a few titles they don't have to do with the game before, so some characters are not.
Every Final Fantasy like this.
Yeah,
We have an exceptions, but those exceptions basically have one big marker like, hey, Crisis Core is related to Final Fantasy VII. Or, hey, it's the continuation of Final Fantasy X. That's why we named it Final Fantasy X too. Or
yeah,
Lightning Returns is actually a continuation of Final Fantasy 13 story. Stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah. I was kind of expecting the Buster Sword in every Final Fantasy, you know.
Well, if we're talking about Buster Sword that Cloud used, nah. But if we're talking about Buster Sword as a sword, yeah, that thing exists in most of the Final Fantasy.
Yeah, for me it's Cloud and the Buster Sword. That for me is Final Fantasy, or what I always have in mind when I hear Final Fantasy. It's that character.
I'm, if we're talking about stupid blades, that I'm more with gun blades.
Yeah,
Those things are so impractical, specifically how the fuck you should use gun part of this thing.
yeah. I actually saw somebody who made that as a cosplay weapon, and then you see how really stupid that actually is. I mean, in an anime, in a game, oh, okay, but if you build it as a real life prop and then you think about it, it's like,
Why?
huh? What the fuck? I mean, what?
Yeah,
Seriously?
just because of that, I'm not on big swords like Masamune and Buster swords, but with gun blades.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's maybe different with the weapons in Monster Hunter or so, where you can do things like that because they're basically a cannon size something. But
Yep.
yeah, a
You also can,
regular
can
in
have
quotes,
some kind of arm cannon.
yeah, but in quotes katana that's basically a revolver. It's kinda, I don't know. It's a lot of science fiction, you know.
It has it has bullets in the case.
Yeah.
I have no idea why, but designer decided to draw bullets in this freaking case of this gun blade.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes yeah, when it's those are games and shit, so it's not like it needs to work in reality, but
Oh yeah, it's not like uh, basically taking a crystal and be like, I'm a knight with that thing. Then taking another crystal, I'm an alchemist.
But yeah. Yeah, so Dying Light is one of my upcoming games that I'm looking forward. And God of War. That's definitely a game I want to get for the PC finally. I think I only played the first and the second God of War back in the day.
I
But
haven't played any of those games.
oh, they're really fun, and you don't have too many games on PC who feel the same. I mean, mostly because of the chained weapons and stuff. And
Yeah,
what
true.
what I kind of like about it, I played a game when I was around 12 or so when we were on vacation called Black Tiger, which is a 2D action platformer. And you also had weapons that were always on chains, like morning stars that were burning and stuff like that. So you always had either one chain or two or three chains going in different directions. So that's what I kind of was looking forward to when I played God of War, because I like those weapons. And there's one game on PC that I don't remember the name of right now. Wait, Bricks, Marlon Bricks or something. Marlow Bricks, exactly. That's the closest that any game on PC ever got to the fighting and stuff from God of War, basically. Because you also fight with chain weapons and things like that. So
505?
no, Marlow Bricks.
No, I mean the developer.
Oh yeah, 505. No, it's the publisher.
Oh.
Developer is Zootfly, which doesn't
I
tell
know
me.
505, but I don't know Zootfly.
Yeah, they released Panzer Elite Action Gold Edition a year after that game. Yeah, well, that's about it.
Yeah, okay.
They're nowhere to be seen anymore.
It's not like some unknown artist can make something great and then vanish in the timeline.
Yeah, but 505 games, they have some pretty nice games actually. I should get in touch with them for future events. They have really nice games actually. I still need to get Journey to the Savage Planet. I want to play that game. I like that look. The look of the game is so freaking awesome.
So, should we go with...
Alright, Omega, thanks for hanging out.
Omega?
You have a nice
Should we
one.
go with Scarlet Nexus, or we'll just gonna go to the end of the stream and I'm gonna be butthurt about latest DLC of Hearts of Iron 4?
You can decide. I don't mind. I mean, it's
Well,
mostly
basically, when I'm gonna get in Hearts of Iron 4 territory, it's basically no going back for that for me. I'm gonna be upset, I'm gonna be angry, and I'm gonna most likely almost scream.
well, it's as much your stream as it is mine, so whatever you want to talk about. And it's
Well,
your time, because it's only 4 p.m. for me, so I don't care.
Well, what I wanna ask is, do you wanna talk about something else besides Dying Light 2?
Yeah, I'm done with Dying Light.
Nothing more? Yeah, okay, let's just go with Grit and Stupidity, and then go with you bastards territory. Let's go with Scarlet Nexus. It was released this year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, in June.
Yeah, in June. This game looks beautiful. Me, if we're talking about depiction of the future with holograms and shit, this game is definitely overdid it. It's, mwah, it's almost perfect. You didn't play it yet, right?
No, I didn't.
If we're talking about art style in general, it's so freaking good. I could almost taste it on my teeth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The look of it is freaking awesome. That's the main reason why I put it on my wish list, because it looks really, really awesome.
And then let's go to other stuff. Did you watch the video that I sent you from Scarlet Nexus?
No, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, okay.
But this is already, you know, if you see $100 for DLCs, okay, the season pass is included there, but $40 for an ultimate upgrade pack.
I will not pay that.
I mean,
let's just start this pre-order, and if you want, I send you the link to my cloud files with videos like gameplay and stuff.
Yeah, sure. Okay, this is basically including the season pack and the deluxe edition add-ons. Okay,
Let me start with game and pre-order bonuses. What would you put in pre-order for a game specifically for how much pre-order? 65 bucks, deluxe edition. 65 bucks, while base game's 45.
Whereas 65 for deluxe edition in times where deluxe editions cost 80 plus. But then again, this I hate that so much. Back in the
just in question, what would you put in deluxe edition if you would be a game developer?
Stuff that you normally cannot get as a DLC, like, I don't know, a few costumes, maybe a different character, some boni that might help you get XP faster or something like that, a special pet, or I don't know, some items that add to the gameplay.
Basically something cosmetics but exclusive, some boosters, and
an art book.
Let's just drop a soundtrack and digital art book for the sake of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much what you expect from a deluxe edition. Yeah.
One alter costume for every character that you basically can buy separately right now. One accessory that basically a cow skull with some kind of ring in its nose. I never used that accessory. Art book and soundtrack. Not any at release. It didn't include any cool-looking weaponry or weaponry with some stat boost, or items that will help you to get through early bosses more easily or stuff like that.
So you got that later, basically?
Yep. When I re-downloaded Scarlet Nexus to make this gameplay segment that you can show right now, I got 4 additional weapons sets, but those weapon sets include weapons only for the main characters. Only for the main characters. And those weapons you can't upgrade. I was so far away in the game that my weaponry was far better than the weapon that they gave me.
That's always shit. That was the same in Well, in Cyberpunk, you also get items and weapons and stuff, but it doesn't take long, and you have much better stuff already. So,
Yep.
which video?
I basically picked gameplay one.
So
I think it differed with the snow.
the high level fights.
Yeah. Oh, it's the first. Yeah. Okay. Ah, no.
No, that was the third one. I like that games today look
Also-
like an animated movie.
Yeah. Okay. Also, all the shit that most of the shit that you can see, like accessories and stuff like that, games have a lot of those accessories.
Yeah, that's
Basically was the second gameplay segment that I recorded, but I scrapped the previous one and didn't scrap this one because previous one I basically came to the game not remembering a lot of it, so it was kind of embarrassing. So I was like, I better make another one. And before the segment started, I was like, maybe I wouldn't scrap the first video, so it would be like two different teams and stuff like that. And it ended up like, nah, I'm gonna scrap the previous one.
Yeah, the problem that I have with a lot of those typical Japanese RPGs, when you went into that menu with the shit ton of things that you can do there, it's just...
Remember that action that happened with left trigger? It's gonna happen a lot.
Yeah, it's that's what always turns me off from all those games. Also like Final Fantasy, and I mean you do have a different fighting system in here. It's still kinda looking similar, where you have to choose your attacks and stuff. But the menus in those Japanese games are so overloaded with shit. That's so off-putting, and you have to choose. It's just too much of everything for me personally. I just want to. Sure, I want to have a skill tree and things like that and special attacks, but I don't want to have to go into the menu all the time to do that stuff right in a fight or something. So I don't know.
Well, it's basically a lot of presetting your combat style.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, I have two different layers with 4 abilities, basically. And 2 different ways I can execute those abilities.
Mm-hmm. What is the purple hut in the bottom?
It's your health.
That's your health?
We can see it with... we can see it with your head.
Yeah.
I know that in the middle we have a health and stuff like that. I need to know what exactly.
Ah, okay. Now I see that the health. Yeah, I just saw it like an equalizer moving, and I was like, is that showing the voice or something?
Stuff about is health. The line below is basically your ability meter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that... I mean, those abilities and stuff, that looks like a brainwave basically, or like a heart rate or something. And the other stuff looks like an equalizer. I don't know why you have to animate that, really. That looks kind of weird, to be honest.
It looks weird, but it's at least a nice touch. Like, hey,
yeah, it's true. It's different.
Some job into the interface.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's just well different to other games that you used to. It definitely looks nice.
It definitely look nice. And again, I marked this specifically as high level fights. So all the shit that I'm doing, it was gradually introduced and not like dumped on me without any explanation or
Yeah,
making myself familiar with different tactics
yeah, sure. I
and
mean,
stuff.
if you play a game, it's different. Yeah, sure, because you know what all the stuff is doing on the HUD and on the screen. So I've barely see anything of the game. So
Yeah, and it basically really high speed, high action.
yeah, since it's part of the Game Pass, I'm definitely gonna try it out.
Yeah, if we're talking about this game as experience, visual, and that action, I'm not going to say hardcore, but action RPG, it's definitely a worthwhile experience. But Bandai basically killing it with their grid. Stuff that was given with deluxe edition. Let's just say that if you'll go to news that announced the Ultimate Edition, you'll see more than like why I didn't get the season pass and most of those DLC that you just released with Deluxe Edition.
Yeah, that's
I'm not the only one who think that I should have got a little bit more from this.
yeah. And the pre-order stuff is also not too special.
I
I
I think I did the same thing as with Cyberpunk. I basically pre-ordered several hours before it was released.
Yeah, it was the same for me for Cyberpunk. I saw it cheap enough on a few hours before release, and then I said, yeah, okay, if I can get it for around $40, yeah, okay. I mean, I kind of expected what we got, but I knew that this will not be worth 60 fucking bucks. And here it's kind of hard. You can only see the ultimate upgrade pack, but you cannot go into the fucking deluxe edition or the ultimate edition. So you basically don't fucking know what you even get in those
Ultimate
bundles.
Edition is basically included every DLC that was released so far.
Yeah,
including season pass.
the season pass is included and the deluxe stuff. Okay, there's deluxe info. Red battle attire set.
And that's the accessory that they do. Oh yeah, I forgot about those boosters actually. I didn't use those.
You get
That's the accessories that I didn't use.
Oh, so you get the Brain Punk bundle. Brain Punk bundle costs $20 solo. So yeah, okay. It's definitely cheaper to buy the whole bundle than the single DLC. That's the art
It's
book.
basically the same thing as. It's $20. It's the same difference, but it's those $20 that you have in difference between base game and deluxe edition.
That's
It's the
15.
same.
15. If you buy it as deluxe, it's 15. If you buy the DLC solo, it costs you 20.
Yeah.
So it's 70. If it's
I
70,
saved all $5.
yeah, you can invest those $5 into the pre-order bonus that you can buy for $5. Then you have the full package. But yeah, it's so freaking weird. All those I hate DLCs. It's just
What started with a little bit of what started a little bit of shaky ground for me specifically with this game. They announced that they will release a DLC, LDLC story pack, but it's not like it's new in-game missions and stuff like that. It basically new, yeah, bound, new bound stories.
Mm-hmm.
How much it cost in dollars actually?
Which one is the
This one, bound.
the bond one? This is 8 euros. So I guess it's $8 each.
It's not cost 8 euros. I've seen the story of this game.
The enhancement pack.
I can more. I basically can say that. Well, sometimes I can say generic anime story within positive connotation or a negative connotation. Sometimes when I say generic anime story, it doesn't mean that I'm saying something. I mean that it's bad. It might work as generic anime story. But when we talk about Scarlet Nexus attempt as generic anime story, ooh, it's bad. Story also story presented in a bad way, specifically that they basically force you play it twice. When you see events from male character, from male avatar perspective and female avatar perspective, from Yukito and Kasane part. But it's not like it's a short story. You need to spend more than 20 hours to finish one story.
Yeah, I would have expected that from a game like this, actually. Anything below 20 or 30 hours would be not enough. I mean, for this type of game.
Around 25, 28 hours, and I have no idea how much story I have left. It's not like I can see the ending inside, but it's not like it's a short story that I can play back and back. Playing even the first part of the story, then asking me to return, and instead of playing New Game Plus or some kind of endless grind mode, if it have something like that, they ask me to replay the same game from a different perspective. The gameplay will not change at all. And I will not have my overpowered weapons and bonuses from bonding with other characters and stuff like that.
Well, it's pretty much like replaying Borderlands with another character.
Yep.
You also have to start from scratch. The problem I have at the moment here with the Bond enhancement pack, for me personally, it doesn't tell me anything. I mean, okay, I don't know the game, but what are Bond episodes?
It's basically you have how should I say it?
Is that like a special game mode or?
How much you know about Persona?
Well, I know about the gameplay, not too much
You know
about the story, a little bit.
Arcana enhancement or something like that.
Yeah, with your personas when you in the fights and stuff.
No, Arcana enhancement when you basically strain making your social links better and stuff like that.
Ah, when you're in the regular world talking to your friends and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically the same shit.
Ah, so Bond, like in
but
Bond.
It ain't written half as good.
Okay, so in Bond meaning like bonding between characters and stuff.
Yep.
Ah, okay, so it's basically if you want to know more about the stories in or the relations between characters and stuff, you should get those Bond missions.
I'm not sure. It basically Well, it has it advertises in that way that if you want to know more about characters and whatnot. But
Is that basically part of the season pass then?
yes,
Oh, okay.
and you have two new costume sets.
Hmm. Please be aware that DLC 1 and 2 contents differ from DLC 3. Yeah, shouldn't that be obvious? Oh, by the way, DLC 3 is exactly what 1 and 2 is.
You know why they making this remark in the descriptions? Because people can't see the difference.
Oh, that's the...
Yes!
Oh, by the way, you might not realize it, but it's not just a different number. It's actually something different.
Yes!
Fuck me.
Those DLCs so freaking tedious, so freaking laughable, and basically, well, first they don't want don't watch the price. Second, people have changing them.
This is so weird. What's also weird that they released the Ultimate Edition a month or 3-4 weeks
Less than a
after
month
release.
ago.
That's just so weird. Because
Yeah.
let's say you were looking forward to that game and you wanted to have the whole package.
Wait. The Ultimate Edition news is the last news?
Yeah. No, wait. Yeah, the last news is new paid DLC pack 2 and free update 105.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's the last one. I just wanted to check about... Oh, hey! The Ultimate Edition.
Wait a second. How many likes the previous news have?
247.
246.
Which is not too much.
It's not too much, but look at discussions. Only 15
15
replies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now look at Ultimate Edition stats with replies and thumbs ups.
Right. "28 discussions, 210 up." This is...
People not really fans of stuff that Bandai Namco is doing.
I also think they... I don't know. I mean, if I was expecting way more interaction here. Let me just check something real quick.
As far as I know, Bandai Namco neither mods replied anything about stuff that they put out.
I mean, this is Deep Rock Galactic, an indie game. The Christmas event that was announced a while ago, or just a week or 1.5 ago, has 2,829 upvotes and 141 people discussing that.
Yeah, if we're talking about Steam upvotes and downloads, if you upvote in something, count goes up. If you downloading something that out of all those thumbs ups, going to be like -1.
Mm.
So yeah, I basically think that if we'll see separate upvotes and separate downvotes, we would see a lot more interaction in thumbs up and thumbs downs. But it looks like thumbs downs actually pretty close to thumbs ups.
Yeah, that's the thing you just you cannot tell. You should see just like it used to be with YouTube, which isn't a thing anymore because they got rid of
You can install an extensions. I have it. It's still working.
Oh, you see the downvotes?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So how many downvotes does that one Scarlet Nexus news got?
No, I mean in YouTube. Steam didn't have this feature.
Okay. Yeah, but YouTube got rid of the downvote.
You can restore it with a plugin.
Yeah, but does it still count? Because
It is.
well, it won't be officially supported by them anymore, so I guess it's just gonna not be in the algorithm anymore. So I guess over time it won't do anything anymore. But
Maybe.
that's
But still good to see those downloads.
yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, this news here from Deep Rock Galactic is about the real life board game, not related to the PC. I mean, yeah, sure, based on a PC game, but it's a real life board game that has nothing to do with Steam. Even that has 1,638 upvotes and 141 discussing. Exactly the same people discussing.
Is pathetic when it comes to interactions.
Yeah, that's. You would expect more from a big company, and I'm not sure if they how many. Yeah, and we do have around 7,000 reviews, which is also not too much for a game like that, I think.
I think they either go with Game Pass because they didn't sold as much copies as they planned, or Game Pass hard sales. Either one or other.
Could be two. I'm not sure. I think it just it came later to Game Pass than it was released on Steam. I think.
Like 2 or 3 months later.
Yeah, right. Because a lot of games actually have day one release on Game Pass as well. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's a completely new IP that's not related to anything, so that might be a reason.
Talking about Deluxe Edition, and if you're choosing between Deluxe Edition and that base game, and if you see that Deluxe Edition is not basically containing something like Season Pass or whatnot, you might wait for an Ultimate Edition. But when the Ultimate Edition wasn't released at the time, and they go with Season Pass.
Well, it costs basically kinda the same. Well, it's.
It's basically like we must release a game with Season Pass bundled in. What will be in Season Pass? Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna push the release of Season Pass. People want to buy a game with bundle with Season Pass because, well, obviously, people already know game industry bullshit. Will release on Game Pass, and people who was interested in the game and in a way just to try it or having it with Season Pass and basically saw what story. And I think that some people was like, I played this game on Season Pass. I'm not going on Game Pass. I'm not going to buy it at all right now.
The thing is, the DLC 1 and 2, are those the Bond packs?
One is bound, the second is a costume.
So basically bullshit. If I buy a season pass for a game, I expect to get an add-on which includes new story, new areas, new characters, new monsters, whatnot. That's what I expect from an add-on. New stuff that actually.
They gave you 5 more bound stories for several characters, not for them, for several, and it's basically 4 stories. Oh yeah, it actually is
I mean, if you get an add-on for a game like Destiny, you know that you get a shit ton of story. Oh, talking about add-ons that actually piss me off a lot. Assassin's Creed will get Assassin's Creed yeah, that gets a really, really big add-on, which I don't mind. It adds around 35 hours of gameplay and new areas and all new main character, and pretty much it could be standalone game. But what do those greedy pieces of shit do? No, you need the base game and the 40 buck add-on. It costs 40 bucks. It's for full price, actually. And they say, no, we don't release that as a standalone. Not like they did it with the Black Flag add-on that was either DLC or standalone. No, you need the base game to play that, even though it would be just a single standalone game. That would be fine. Then I wouldn't mind the 40 bucks. What? I didn't understand one word what you said.
Assassin's Creed ain't sell as good as it used to.
Yeah, that's another thing, but they even release no, actually isn't Ragnarok a DLC for Origins? Not Origins, Odyssey? Because there will be crossover stuff with Odyssey as well.
Well, just based on the name, it's supposed to be a Valhalla DLC.
True, but it's gonna be crossover stuff as well. I don't know. I just don't like the idea of a 40 euro add-on for a game that already costs 50, 60 bucks or so. So it's...
Yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Dawn of the Ragnarok.
Okay. But they really... I hope they will release that as a standalone as well. Because that's what they did afterwards with the expansion for Black Flag. That
well,
first...
You can't be sure for that one as well.
One thing that they added now in Uplay, no, it's Ubisoft Connect. Why didn't they keep Uplay? Uplay was fun.
Because Uplay is Uplay is too easy to remember.
Yeah, exactly, and too short and stuff. Anyway, they just started a new feature. It only works with Far Cry at the moment, but you can pretty much use something like remote play together on Steam, so you can share your game. You basically stream your game, and the other one is kind of using it like cloud gaming. So you can co-op with one game. Only works with Far Cry at the moment, but will be added for other games as well. But that's something I like, actually. That's pretty cool. Looking forward to that. Being able to
have a lot of questions how it's going to work with something like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, well, you have no co-op. You have no co-op in Assassin's Creed,
Yeah.
so it will not. It's a co-op feature.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better than force your friend to play to pay for a game that he would never want to play.
Exactly. Like Far Cry, you can play the story in co-op. So that's what you can share. Other games might include Rayman, for example, because that's also co-op. Any co-op game might be added in that. But they at least offer that way in the future, which is pretty good. So
yeah, that's nothing.
Epic Game Store, after 3 years in the making, or 3 years out in the open, they finally have a card. And it doesn't work.
What?
Okay, it might be related to the free game. I added the free game to the cart just to try the cart out. Then I went into the carts, clicked on checkout, and got a 404 error in the launcher, which basically crashed the whole launcher. I couldn't even close it anymore. So
neither Steam or GOG had the same problem back then.
yeah, never. Nobody. So that's the reason. And then I went live and didn't think about it anymore. And that's the reason why I don't have Shenmue 3 for free now, because, well, the card kind of fucked me over. And if you want to get the free games, you only have 24 hours to get the free games in the event. Otherwise, yeah, well, it's gone.
Oh yeah, Christmas sale.
Yeah,
Fuck's sake.
yeah. They release one game per day, a free game. But yeah, if you miss out, you lost. There is no... It's not like, oh yeah, I add the game from yesterday as well. I think they had that in the past, that you could add the game that was out a day before and the game of the day that was live at the moment. But I'm not...
Those
not
games
sure.
basically were in giveaways for 2 days, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah,
you
right,
have,
exactly. That
day
I
one game, then you had 24 hours to grab day one game on day two.
Yeah,
And the same thing goes for that. On
exactly.
day three, you could grab game from day two.
That's what I remember as well. So I was kinda surprised and shocked when I went into it yesterday and saw the new game, which was Neon something. And I was like, where the fuck is Shenmue? No, it's gone! Ah, it was still in my cart, but for $15 instead of 30 or so. So yeah.
15?
Yeah, 15.
Ooh, they definitely cut the price on Shenmue 3.
Yeah, it's on sale at the moment. And
even that selling for $30.
yeah, I mean, $30 is also fine, but well, it's not what they said it will be, and it once more is not finishing the story. So
What
I'm
I
not...
can say, good luck to those people who waited for this sequel for more than 10 years, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, oh yeah, at
15
least
or
10 years.
something like that.
Yeah, and
You
not
have
just...
another 15 years to wait.
Yeah, not just that, but also the fact that that was one of the games which screwed over Kickstarter backers, because they backed the game to get a Steam key, and then the developer decided to get the funding also from Sony, not just from Kickstarter. And then they were like... At Epic, exactly. And then they were like, oh yeah, we release exclusively on Epic. Yeah, but we still get Steam keys, right? No, but you can refund it, then you can buy it on Steam. The fuck? What? Seriously? What? They should have get sued into oblivion until they cannot do anything else than release
wonder how
all
many
keys.
people who returned the key was like, well, I got my money back, I'll better spend it on the same game, but on Steam.
Nobody?
I doubt that nobody, but yeah, it definitely
Yeah,
was a number more than 0.
yeah, a few, but I think if I would have backed it to get a Steam key, and then they tell me, oh yeah, no, you only get an Epic key. Yeah, I would have gotten a refund and said, you know, fuck you. You're not getting my money at all now. So just like what I do with other games who kind of decide to screw us over and take the money for the exclusivity. Well, take the money for the exclusivity and go fuck yourself. And the thing, what I would be really interested in would be numbers and yeah, numbers about Borderlands 3, for example. Because when that came out on Steam, it was 50% off on release day.
Ooh.
I mean, that should have been the biggest red flag for me to realize that game cannot be good. You don't release a good game 50% off, a AAA title 50% off on day one.
It also might be out of desperation. I don't remember what discount was on Metro, but it was also big discount. I don't remember if it was 50%, but it definitely was something between 30 and 50%.
Yeah, Borderlands was 50%. That's the only reason why I got the supposedly full version, but we know better now because, well, the Super Deluxe Edition, which is, well, should be enough, but no, they came out with the Ultimate Edition because, yeah, a Season Pass 2, that's what we never knew about, but they released it anyway. And I hate
Next time
everybody.
It's going to be a Season Pass 3 and Super Deluxe Edition.
I hate everybody who bought a Season Pass 2, seriously. I hope their system got fried from the bullshit bugged piece of shit that they released. And it's this Season Pass is the most obvious cut out content of any game ever released.
Oh shit!
Yes. Only, I mean, less than 500 people posted a review. If more than 1,000 people bought that on Steam, they would have posted that. So I don't know how many Season Pass 2 they sold, but I think it's the biggest fail they ever had. I mean, it's a bug-ridden
If we're talking
piece
about
of
Gearbox,
shit.
they released Duke Nukem Forever. But yeah, if you look at Duke Nukem Forever, it's definitely have a better score than this one.
See, what I don't understand, why is it not showing refunded with all those negative shit? So, if you want to get...
I don't know, but also I do remember that it was like some kind of talks or something like that, that Steam might get... well, it mostly was like... hey Steam, you should delete reviews from people who refunded your games.
Oh, you see that in several reviews that it was refunded.
Ah.
I think I saw that actually. Wait, it does show when you get it for free. Okay, yeah, I might be wrong about that.
No, to show that you got it for free, you must manually check that you got it for free.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Steam doesn't know if you bought a Steam key somewhere or if you got it from a developer like I do. But yeah, if you want to get scammed, you can just PayPal money to me. At least I'm upfront about it. Huh?
What do you mean scammed? Like we're not doing something.
Okay, now I mean I question the intelligence and sanity of gamers for a long time already. But okay, so they did release the standalone Tiny Tina DLC that's RPG like, you know, the keep
Yeah, I heard about it.
something. So what's weird about that? It's basically what you got in the add-on in Borderlands 2, but they changed the story a little bit. So if you never played it,
basically kind of same-ish.
Yeah, but it was altered in a few ways. So even for somebody like me who played the DLC, it might be still interesting to play it now because now it's standalone. It's not integrated in the Borderlands 2 story. So I'm not sure. I got it for free on Epic, so I don't fucking care. But this guy here posts something that doesn't make any fucking sense because it is standalone. It doesn't need Borderlands 3 at all. So this review simply bought this for the upcoming D&D-esque DLC. Hate this and everything it is. I hate the game, but I'm a Borderlands fan through and through because they are my fucking childhood. Fuck what they did to this franchise. Yeah, exactly. That's it. They completely killed Borderlands with that freaking piece of shit release.
Let's not forget that they killed Aliens and Duke before that for this series.
Duke? 2K has nothing to do with Duke.
Gearbox
Has nothing to do with Duke.
has Duke Nukem Forever.
Duke Nukem Forever is not Gearbox. It is Gearbox? Oh. Okay. Oh. I didn't have that on my monitor for Gearbox. I still didn't finish that freaking game and I have 12 hours in it. I still need to finish it. I don't know. But Borderlands 3, nah, it's just I rather restart Borderlands 2 with a new character than continue my play of Borderlands 3. 37 hours in the game and I mean the shooting is fun, the co-op is fun, but it costs $15 at the moment. Yeah, that's okay. That's an okay price. $15 after a year out on Steam, that's kind of sad. Yeah, now I could get the Super Deluxe edition for what I paid for my game, basically. Fuck them, seriously.
It is sad. Oh, before I go into the complete insanity, I want to praise Tormented Souls. It's basically a classic survivor horror.
Oh, I know
At
that.
least it is modernized survivor horror. But when we're talking about Tormented Souls, upper one.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about some puzzles, boy, every time when I encountered one puzzle or another, I was like,
You were
how am
puzzled?
I supposed to know that?
You were puzzled, basically?
Puzzled is softly speaking. Okay, let me tell you the last part of one of the recent puzzles. So you have a directional puzzle, and hint telling you the last thing I want to see before I die is sun. You have your north, south, west, east. Which parts will you go? If you'll get a hint like the last thing I want to see is the sunrise.
To the east?
Yeah, to the east. Now, let me describe you how direction was marked on. It was marked N, S, E, and O.
Huh?
Yep. So you should not go east. You should go ost.
Oh, God.
Ost. Ost.
Which is east. I mean, they basically just missed one direction then? So, what the fuck? I mean...
Yes, there was no west. It was 2 times
east,
but you must go on the left instead on the right.
Oh God, what the fuck? I mean, how do you? I mean, if a puzzle needs trial and error like that,
the last step of 7-step puzzles.
Okay, that's Hey, you have north, 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 and north. Go south.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. And I mean, at least keep it in the fucking same language. I mean,
you know, when I saw NSE, I was like, yeah, okay, north, east, south, west. But when I looked at NSEO, I was like, do you mean Ost? Why the fuck Ost on the west?
Yeah, and why is Ost used in a game that uses north, east, south? I mean, for me, if I would have seen that, I would have thought, okay, it could be Osten, which is east in German, but since everything would be English, I would have guessed that they just had a typo in there, which is kind of hard to do because W is kind of
In-game asset. It's 3D. It's a 3D model.
it's on the freaking. Oh my god. Ugh. What the fuck? I mean, when I already see 2 developer names there, why are there 2 studios developing one game? That's already.
The general quality of the game is pretty good, but when you're considering some puzzles,
I
okay,
don't.
let's go again with my favorite Christmas puzzles that I was annoyed about like yesterday or day before that. When you're going to be, when they're going to give you stuff like enter the birth of the birth date of the savior, what would you type?
Well, the year in 4 digits?
Date. Not years, but months and day.
Yeah, I mean, it's country related, but here it would be day and then month. That's the birth date. Plus the year.
Okay, just what would you put if somebody ask you, hey, put the birthday of Jesus?
For Jesus, yeah, well, in that case it would be 0, I guess, with our calendar now.
Day and month.
January 1st, year 0.
Yeah.
Or December 24th, but that's stupid. But normally, yeah, it depends. But yeah, day, month, and yeah, 0 in that case.
For me, it was supposed to be January 7th.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because Russian Orthodox Christian Church have it in January 7th.
Yeah, well, when you talk about that, it would be December 24th, but
Then
well,
it's December 25th.
religion doesn't make any sense anyway. But normally, if you would look at it from, I mean, our modern calendar is kinda based around when Jesus was around, right? So no matter when his birthday was, that should have been the start of the calendar, right?
Well, in a way, if it was
Kinda.
mostly based on Jesus' birth and not astronomical stuff.
Hmm. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me anyway.
Yeah. And again, for me it was January 7th. And the answer was December 25th.
Yeah, regular Christmas for Western Christianity, basically.
Again.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, cultural things, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, I wasn't really aware about that either. I know that from you that it's not the same. So, not saying Merry Christmas to you in a week or so. But
we don't even have Merry Christmas as praise or something like that. We have Happy New Year, and that's all.
Yeah, I mean that's
Christmas. It came and gone. That's all.
Yeah, it's
Church might hold some kind of activities for that, but nah, it's not as big.
Yeah, for me,
Church, but not.
New Year is the same for me. It's just a change in number. It's nothing that I mean, these days I'm not celebrating that because what is there to celebrate? You end one shit year and you look forward to another shit year. And at the moment with the pandemic and everything, what is there to look forward to? Yeah, hopefully it's getting
Yeah,
better.
and
But
try to get in my shoes when from year to year you see your president who said, "Hey, the previous year was shit. We hope the next one will be better." And the next year is going to be like, "Hey, this year was shit."
what you know what I'm not a fan of the term we hope that things will get better. Well,
Yeah,
hope.
like you're working to get the things better.
Thank you. I hope things are getting better. I hope I have more money in the future. Yeah, well then do something for that, goddammit.
No, they hope that things got better for us, but for them getting more money, they work for that.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure. I mean that I mean having more money to live and survive, that's a you problem. That's not a Putin
Yeah.
problem.
For us, survive. For him, I might build another palace.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, he won't be around for the next 20 years or so. I mean, the last picture
Might
that I
be.
saw, yeah, he might. He didn't look too well on the last pictures that I saw, to be honest.
He's still healthy enough to make. Uh,
How old is he? He's in the 60s, right?
give me a second.
You don't know the age and the birthday of the president? Comrade, what is wrong with you?
It's a funny number.
It's a funny number.
It's funny number old.
69.
Yep.
If he's
Yeah,
cool,
okay, he
he
might be a little bit more than I thought.
yeah, but I mean, 69 these days is not really an age, so enjoy the next 20 years of
Yeah, specifically when you can have an access to the best healthcare in the country.
yeah, obviously. I mean, that's the same. Was the same with Trump. I mean, I got COVID. I have no problems. Yeah, no wonder because the shot that you got when you went in the emergency room costs as much as the whole therapy for others for the next few weeks to not die. So yeah, same with Joe Rogan. He was also like he got COVID and then I got into the hospital. I got that shot, that shot, that shot. They gave me that. Yeah, but maybe tell the regular plebs what that therapy costs you as a multi-millionaire, you piece of shit.
We still have some kind of relics of Soviet healthcare. So yeah, when my mom got COVID, she basically got 1 million ruble treatment for free.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
I
talking
mean,
about universal healthcare, we have relics of it.
yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, some stuff from the past wasn't too bad. So I really like that we have the healthcare that we have in Germany, even though it's worse now than it was in the past. So you have to pay for more extra stuff these days. But if I have to go to the hospital for whatever life-threatening bullshit like COVID or something, I don't have to pay after 3 weeks. I mean, I have to pay. I think it's $10 per day for the hospital, for the room and the bed or some bullshit like that you have to add on top of what you get from the insurance. But in the United States, if you get COVID, go to the emergency room. You already know that it will cost you $30,000 to $70,000. I mean, how insane is that? That's completely nuts. That's out of this world.
The last time I was hospitalized somewhere around 7 years ago, I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I paid shit for that.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
what I was. They helped me with my lungs. They also checked my other internal organs that I had a problem at the time.
Mm.
Well, it was well, time when stuff just happened and other chronological sickness was like, yep, here we go, and and even more. Basically, it wasn't like, yeah, you're here with the lungs, so we're gonna check only your lungs.
Mm. So it's not just a bare minimum. The United
No.
States, that's one of the main.
Again, cost.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why I wouldn't want to live in the United States, besides the fact that the population gets more stupid on a daily basis, it seems. The healthcare system in the United States, you might have, if you can afford it, you have a lot of good stuff like best technology and whatnot. But yeah, if you have no money, you're fucked. Here, it doesn't fucking matter if you I mean, if you have money here and you have a private insurance, yeah, sure, you get more, obviously. You get a better doctor, you get a better material, whatever, best therapy and everything. But even if not, you go to the hospital and show your insurance card and that's it. That's pretty much it. That's what you have to do. I mean, you pay for it monthly from your regular income. But yeah, if you have regular income, you pay, let's say, around $200 or so health insurance every month. But yeah, well, I can go to the doctor and just get stuff. We do have to pay more for medicine when we get it in the pharmacy, depending on what you have. So depending on for what you need it. But if I have to get some ibuprofen painkiller or something like that, I have to pay. I think it's $5 or $10. It depends on the medical stuff that you get. And if you're old enough, like retired or so, you don't pay anything for medicine anymore, I think. But yeah, I like the German health system.
Yeah, we pay full price for every piece of medicine that you must buy. The only medicine that you can get for free is basically life-dependent medicine, medicine for diabetes and to make your blood more liquid and stuff like that.
Mm.
If your life depends on it, yeah, you're gonna get this for free.
Yeah,
and if you have breathing problems, that stuff you get for free as well.
Okay.
Other stuff you're buying for full price.
Yeah, but that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know too much about healthcare and stuff like that in Russia, but that sounds better than I would have expected, to be honest. I can only talk a little bit about Romania, for example, because yeah, well, my parents and stuff. If you don't have money, you're fucked. You're pretty much fucked. You need to pay the doctor some money because otherwise another patient might be before you in the surgery. You might want to bring your own medicine because they might just not have any medicine in the hospital.
What?
Yeah. The medical system in Romania is shit. It is shit. It saved my heel.
Romania medical system was the same as ours.
Yeah, no, it's gone. It's nah.
So we're basically happy that we have relics of Soviet system.
Oh yeah, I mean,
God grief.
It's I don't really associate myself with Romania. That's the reason why I say I have Transylvanian ancestry, which is true because my dad comes from that part. But seriously, with those people and the culture and everything, no, I can't do shit. Seriously, it's for me personally, it's one of the most stupid countries on the planet for so many reasons. They don't fucking care about anything. They care about themselves. They don't care about the environment or anything, and nah, they just don't fucking care. I also don't know how the heck anyone can survive in that country. You get maybe 200 or 300 euros income if you don't have a really good job per month. So let's say you sit on a door for an office building or something. Yeah, you go home with 250 bucks or so a month, working 40 hours a week, and you still have to pay €1 or €1.50 for a 2-liter bottle of Coke. And they eat there. They have power. They live in apartments. How the fuck? I have no idea. If my
income wasn't that big of a difference from Romania.
Yeah, but when stuff has regular prices that fits the income, that might be one thing, but they have some prices which are basically the same prices that we have here. They have the same stores that we have in Germany.
Okay, that's definitely bullshit.
That's the problem. And my aunt, if she wouldn't have the support from my parents, she would be, I don't know, living on the street, on the bridge, or I don't know where. I seriously don't know how that country works. And I know
because we're already into a good mood about talking about difference between the Soviet system and the current system. Let's go to Hearts of Iron 4, and specifically No Step Back.
Okay, let me open that real quick. But yeah, I've seen Romania in times when Ceausescu, the president, was still around, and I know it afterwards. It's both shit. Back then, yeah, there were basically, literally, 100 people were fighting for 20 eggs, basically. 10 eggs survived.
Yeah. Let's just watch this trailer from the start. I mean, in full audio.
Yeah.
Бабушка.
Yes, child.
Why did Mama and Papa have to leave?
For survival, my child.
Why not stay here where it's safe?
It's actually a good
Because it is their duty. The USSR is a proud nation, but our neighbors across the border are not to be trusted. Stalin has declared the Soviet Union must be protected, no matter the cost. From the womb of Mother Russia, machines are forged to wage war in the sky, on the land, in the depths of the sea. But it is the people, the men and women of the Red Army, who pay the ultimate price when they march into certain death so that the USSR lives on.
That was painful.
But it has a really hardcore propaganda feel to it.
Real hardcore anti-Soviet propaganda. I send you the other link.
Well, yeah, for you maybe, for
It has the English subtitles.
for me as somebody from the West, this looks like a Soviet Union promotion video.
Yeah, okay, I've sent you the other link and it has the English subtitles.
Oh my god, seriously, 2 ads? Fuck you, YouTube. I don't have subtitles there.
It's hard subtitles.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And basically, you're smart enough to understand what Soviet people thought about this thing.
Hmm.
It wasn't like, yeah, the Red Army is the one who will pay the ultimate price for victory and stuff like that. It wasn't depicted as that. It was depicted as a fight for our own freedom. It was depicted as a fight for our own survival.
Hmm.
It wasn't like, yeah, Stalin said that we must survive, but he doesn't care how we'll survive.
Hmm. Yeah, and it was basically, it was also the whole fucking country. I mean, it was not like, yeah, only dad is going to fight.
Yeah, that's true, but as I told you, women used to be in Soviet army, but most often than not, they put in the back line or in the center divisions.
Hmm.
So yeah, female fight, but most of them worked real hard in the factories or whatnot.
Hmm. Yeah, here as far as I know, most women were working also in the factories and stuff. There were German spies and stuff, but I don't think that women were really a thing. And as far as I know, it was also not like some of the French rebels or the Great Britain female spies or something like that. The women in Germany were not really fighting. I mean, they were taking care of the children and the house and stuff, and they were basically who built up Germany after the war. That's the reason why they have a certain term. How could you translate that? Let me see if there's actually a word for that.
Well, it's not actually that much of a surprise that women must rebuild the country, because most of the men was either dead or trialed.
Yeah, it's hard to translate. Rubble women would be the translation. But yeah, Germany is only Germany because women. That's the only reason why Germany could become Germany again, because they rebuilt the country. The guys destroyed it and the women rebuilt it. So I'm all for women in powerful positions like presidents and chancellors and whatnot. Give women the power of a country and there will be no war.
We had Stalin.
We're talking about women. Yeah, okay.
Well, basically, it depends on what leader wants or not. Again, that if tomorrow brings war, basically depicting it, and also Warsaw Pact anthem as well, military anthem. We don't want to fight, but we will if we must to defend ourselves.
Hmm. Yeah, that's also the only reason why I would fight. I would protect myself, my family, and my friends, but to go to war for my country might sound anti-patriotic, but it's not my fucking problem if the leadership is in arguments with another country I don't have any relation to. So
Same for me. I'm in this country just a oh, how you
it's
should
not
say
it's
it,
not like we chose where we want to be born. It begins with that, and yeah, again, if anybody would come here to start a fight, yeah, sure, I would protect myself and everything. Sure, you would also kind of protect your country, but I would not go into war for my country. I mean, it sounds...
Again, it's the same for me. I'm for my country is extra mouth, and if I'll die, it would be much more better for higher ups, and I'm not talking about only political higher ups who think that I'm eating their resources and not bringing them profit. I'm not going to fight for their country. And that was the difference with Soviet Union. Soviet Union was people's country. It wasn't like, yeah, we must protect Stalin's regime. We protected our regime. And it just happened that Stalin is on top of that.
Yeah, it was still a union. That's why it was a Soviet Union. Now it's... yeah, a lot of...
now it's a President Republic.
Yeah, everybody wants to be their own country, and we want to do that, we want to do that, and it's the same with
Again, if you look at the United States, you can see how Texas want to separate themselves from the US.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, basically, we have kind of similar-ish movements. Like Siberia is not Russia. We must separate from Russia.
It's like Quebec in Canada. They want to separate from Canada. You know what's kind of weird? You had the Soviet Union back in the day, which was basically a union of several different countries in one, and we here try to become the same with the European Union, but that's just not fucking working. It's
a Commonwealth.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's everybody's...
We didn't have private property. Nobody worked for some kind of oligarch who wanted to get himself an additional yacht or something like that. We worked so we could see how our country becoming, our union becoming a much better place. Yesterday we didn't have enough shorts. We built a lot more factories. Now we can produce more shorts. They're lacking quality. Well, now we have quantity. Now we're gonna work on quality.
Yeah, for me personally, a mix of communism and socialism would be the perfect society, I think.
Socialism is pre-communism. If you look at...
Now, like I said, a mix of the good things of both of it.
Okay. I'm not going to get into policy stuff like that, but I'm not just bring this pre-order trailer for just say, hey, they depicted it fucking wrong. Also, Stalin did pay the ultimate price that parent can pay in the war. His son died in this war.
Well,
also,
other presidents might not even have the balls to send their own children into war. So
yeah, and Stalin sent all his 3 sons.
Yeah, that just shows that he basically said, "Hey, I'm nothing special, and my kids Neither, so...
The same thing with Mao Zedong. His son fought and died in the Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the sons.
Yeah, you're much more politically involved with a lot of stuff. I just want to have my peace. As long as nobody pisses me off, everybody's fine.
Yeah, I just remember, yeah. We used to cover Order 227, No Step Back, back in culture and history. I'm just going to remind you that by idea that put into this trailer, Stalin put no step back as our main policy at the start of the war, even before war started. Just reminder, Order 227 no step back was signed up by the Stalin. Where it is, where it is, where it is. I had the date, I had that. Give me a sec.
Yeah,
I
sure.
thought that I have this date. I was sure that I have this. Okay, now. Nope. Have this one.
Holy shit, die alt...
July 28th, 1942. A year after the war has started.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like No Step Back didn't exist, but No Step Back became into reality 1 year after war has started.
While they were already in action and not as a precaution or
Yeah.
Pre-war thought. Okay.
So, several things. The most insulting thing that this DLC bring into the game. Stalin paranoia meter.
Uh-huh.
In this game, only Stalin. In this game universe, Hitler, much better politician, because he doesn't have a paranoia meter, and because he didn't make any decision based on paranoia alone.
um, okay. I'm laughing because I mentioned that a few streams ago. Mr. Hitler was a fucking speed addict. He was completely nuts, and I think if one person was ever paranoid as fuck, it was that fucking guy.
And if we're talking about what happened in Soviet Union, specifically in 37, 38, it wasn't just an act of paranoia. It was a hard, well thought decision. And we had basically a sabotage when this decision was made. Because Yagoda made it specifically in a way that would hurt Soviet government in the long run. But then Yagoda was killed for his counter-Soviet activity. And Beria took his place. Basically, really thought out decision that basically was a continuation of Civil War because a lot of people who was released after Civil War, Soviet government came to them and said, "You know what? We noticed how you trying to play with Germany and stuff like that. So yeah, we thought that we kind of have a feeling that we don't want to have you in this country anymore." And yes, again, we had. It's not like everybody who died during this Great Purge died because of good reason. As I said, Yegoda basically sabotaged the whole thing.
Oh, you know how many Germans were killed by the Nazis?
I know how many socialists will. Well, I know that socialist communist was killed by Nazis. I know that socialist communist was killed by Italian fascists. I know that communists were killed in France, in Vichy France, and in occupied by Germany France. I know that Communist Party of Japan was completely destroyed.
Yeah, that's also so weird. Why the fuck Japan? I mean,
because Japan also has workers who was like, "Hey, I want to live better. I want to live better life," but higher ups were like, what is this? Fascism? We like fascism."
Yeah, it's, you know, back in the day it was really hard to get any infos to somebody and from somebody. These days, if World War today would be hardcore because, well, you can just in a matter of seconds get infos to the front basically, which wasn't really a thing back then. So
specifically in World War One, when oh boy, a lot of shit happened because of lack of communication.
Yeah, definitely. And if back in World War II, if they wouldn't have cracked the Enigma, outcome would have also been different.
Well, on Western Front specifically.
Yeah, definitely. But cracking the Enigma basically was the beginning of the computer era, of the real computer era. So, well, everything has its pros and cons. I mean, do you know that the fax machine was actually also developed back then in World War II?
I didn't know, but it's definitely have a purpose, specifically in that scenario.
We had the fax to transfer front maps and tactic maps to the soldiers. So
hell, internet was a military development.
Yeah, ARPANET. But yeah, so much of the technology that is just normal today, or that you know is or was a thing, because fax is kind of dying now, was all based on World War II, which is so crazy.
Well, you know, if you're looking at Enigma and stuff, Enigma was basically really great the ciphering tool, specifically because if you remember how USA got involved into World War One, because UK got a German telegram and sent it to America instead of Mexico.
Ah, okay, yeah, I'm not that much into World War One. I don't know too much about it.
Well, it's just a little bit off topic, like so
we had none. So
most of telegram lines used to go through Great Britain. So if Germany would want to send a telegram to the other way of the world, it would go through Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And Germany did send a telegram to Mexico, like, hey guys, if you wanna start the war against the USA, we're gonna come and help you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the country that got this telegram was US.
Yeah, that's pretty shit. It's like sending a mail to a company. Hey, we're gonna destroy company A. Oh shit, I sent it to company A. Fuck.
Yeah, but it basically like not you sending an email, but you sending an actual letter, and you getting it to the postman who work on the company A.
Yeah, exactly. And with the Enigma, when they cracked it, we still thought, well, every code is safe and everything. So that was kind of a rude awakening when they realized, oh fuck, something is not right here. Did somebody crack those codes? Fuck. So yeah, and they only managed to do that because they had one. They got in possession of one Enigma or so.
Yeah, I know. I watched a, let's say, a documentary about Enigma. Oh boy, it was wild.
Yeah, definitely. We were so much ahead of our time back then with technology. It's insane. Not one fucking country was on the same level as Germany as a teeny
To be
tiny.
fair, Progen of Enigma came from Poland, and they just sold it to everyone. Germans really like the concept, and they make it a little bit more mindfuck than original.
Yeah. We added a little twist to it, basically.
Yeah,
no, but
a little twist like, how the fuck am I supposed to crack that?
yeah, a lot of stuff. I mean, what you have now as the stealth bomber, German concept. We had it in World War II, but they were too early in development to really affect the war, the outcome of the war. If we had the mono wing, or however that's called, just 2 or 3 years earlier, we might have won.
You know, Soviets actually tried to create their own stealth bomber, but engineers were like, too stupid. The biggest complaint was like, well, yeah, you can see it on the radar, but you can see it with your own eyes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if you look, you can still see shit.
If you have a clear sky and sky patrol with jets and stuff like that, you're gonna be like, the heck is that flying target? And it's basically, yeah, it's just a flying target.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, the stealth fighter is smaller and faster and everything, but yeah.
Stealth fighter makes more sense, specifically with all that amount of electronics that we have in jets and stuff.
Yeah, back then the big stealth bomber from the Germans was pretty much wood. It was a wooden plane with metal skin basically. But they did a test from, I think it was Discovery Channel or BBC or something, and they basically tested how good that plane was with today's technology. So with wind channel and all that kind of stuff. It was a freaking crazy plane. It was insane. It if we had 100 of those, no chance. Not one country would have seen us coming. They would have seen us, but if you saw us, it was too late. I mean, if you see a plane close to your country, yeah, good luck trying to shoot that out of the sky. It's not gonna work. I think I mentioned that in another podcast that we had. If we had only those...
When we talk about history.
Yeah. If we only had those planes, the United Kingdom wouldn't have seen us and the country would have been bombed to the ground. But since we didn't have those planes, we had regular planes, they basically could sit there, zip on their tea, count the planes, aim for them, shoot most of them out of the sky. I mean, they didn't get all of them. That's the reason why they still could bomb the United Kingdom. But yeah, with different planes and
maybe
more
with
jets.
United Kingdom, at least with its capital, it would have worked. Not
Yeah.
with the Soviet Union.
Yeah, different. It's also much bigger, so to bomb to bomb that country takes a lot more planes and bombs.
And a lot more fuel.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I mean the distances, and it was not like, hey, let's just refuel in the air because that's a thing of the 40s. So no.
Yeah.
A lot of missions were suicide missions because well, you could get there, but
then you're basically going to get into their counterintelligence.
Yeah, you basically get to the country, drop your shit, and try to get as close back to the border as possible so you might be able to walk back or so. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When you mentioned the spies, I just want to mention one thing. We had I think in Gestapo, we had a spy from the start of the war till the end of the war.
Mm-hmm.
We even have a romanized depiction of those events that all Soviet book and all Soviet TV series, 17 Moments of Springs.
Mm-hmm.
Of the spring.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it basically was like, Dumpty Dumpty Dum, I am a German major, but the truth be told, I'm a little bit red and gray.
I'm a little bit. I mean, hey, there were enough Germans who wanted to kill that stupid short drug addict.
Yeah, I know. I also know that some divisions killed their officers and deserted to Reds.
Yeah, I mean,
that actually a thing that happened. So no, but not everybody saw Soviet Union as big red threat.
yeah, if you're talking about karma is a bitch. Because if karma would be a thing, Adolf wouldn't have survived any of those freaking attacks. I mean,
Yeah.
he was really close to a few of those bombs actually, and just coincidence made him survive because I don't know, the bag was on the wrong side of the table or some other bullshit. I mean, yeah.
If you're talking about karma is a bitch, Lenin did not die from the time he was shot at, but he definitely got a lot more hurt from it, and that basically may his sickness progress much faster than it would be otherwise. So yeah, person like Hitler died because he killed himself.
Yeah.
Lenin died from sickness.
Yeah, that's yeah, what a pussy, you know? Killing millions of people and then be like, oh nah, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit. Didn't even had the balls to get shot or whatever. Go down like a Führer. No, he went down like a stupid little bitch. Seriously. Like the pussy he was.
Also, just another thing to mention about Stalin. How it the people who will pay the price, not the Stalin, big ugly man. Just we show like 20 or 30 seconds how people hated this paranoia. That's actually from from Stalin's funeral.
Mm.
Moscow in front of Stalin. How you in front of Stalin's coffin.
A lot of them looked like they're seeing the freaking devil and they're walking to the side just not to get close to him.
Well, he had a lot of. You have like a militia convoy between him and people, because next to the Stalin used to be a, a lot of Soviet higher-ups.
Mm.
And those basically chronicle from the different end of the country. Kind of the same thing.
Yeah, different times.
Stalin death is basically the event that can crash even the modern day internet. If somebody like Stalin died today, it would crash the whole freaking internet.
Yeah, I guess. When did he die?
1953.
53. Oh, yeah, that's yeah. Oh.
He left the whole freaking union as an orphan.
Mm.
I used to hear this phrase, but I couldn't grasp how big it was before watching this thing.
Mm. Yeah, here's a video. The paranoia that cost Hitler the war. He was a super paranoid.
Also, I'm really doubt that Hitler would have the same amount of mourning if he died. Well, not
No.
because he killed himself, but let's just say that it would be current world and he died in an old age. I doubt that it would be like this, even
Yeah.
remotely.
Nah. I mean, like I said earlier, Germans killed Germans who didn't believe in his way or whatever. So if you wanted to get if you had somebody that you didn't like and you wanted to get rid of them, you basically blackmailed them to the NS and told them, hey, he's a friend with Jews or something. That was enough. Prove them wrong. How? It's the same when somebody calls the police and says, hey, that guy is molesting his children. Try to get that stigma off of your chest. Hardcore. Or if a woman accuses somebody of rape even though it didn't happen. Because that's also a thing. I think it was 10 or 15 years ago, they released a document in the United States that you can use if you want to have a one-night stand or something. You can take that form and let the other person you are supposed to have sex with sign. So it basically proves that it was consent. Otherwise, insane. It didn't just happen in the United States.
Said something about Soviet Union was a country of evil.
Hey, I've seen a case in the UK. We had a case in Germany where a woman accused somebody. He went to jail, and in the end, it came out, hey, he didn't do shit. So
we also had this kind of case as well. Women accused that she was raped by her male friend, but he was not only accused but also was in jail. She was on a lot of talk shows, and while behind the scene, lawyers were like, "Hey, she wasn't raped," and they basically pull enough evidence to prove that she wasn't raped.
Mm.
That she just spewing bullshit.
Mm.
Guy still ended up ended his time in jail naturally, but after that, by the law, he's still a rapist, but by public opinion, he's not.
Yeah, that's completely stupid. I mean,
Yeah.
even if you get out of jail and it's proven that you haven't been doing it, people remember negative stuff more than they remember positive stuff.
Oh, people remember negative stuff. People remember that this page should never be trusted.
Yeah, in that case. I've seen a case from the UK where it also ended up in that way, and they could prove exactly that the woman was hitting on the guy, and he wasn't really into that at the beginning, and he left the bar alone. She followed him and stuff like that. And in the end, yeah, she said I was raped, and yeah, no, they could prove with camera, with video, that she was the one who was pretty much the aggressive part. And yeah, no, so
Well, in Russia there is a saying: if bitch if bitch don't want, then male won't do. Well, it's basically sex related.
yeah. Well, that was an interesting stream again. And again, 3 hours. What the fuck? We cannot do it shorter. It's so insane.
4 hours.
Actually,
And
yeah,
it was-
4 hours. Fuck. Even longer
and it
than.
was without a theme.
Yeah. Holy shit. And our podcasts are the only podcasts where I not take any break. But now, yeah, I kinda need a break because, yeah.
Yeah, we also need to finish.
Nature calls. Yeah, it's really late for you now. So, famous last words of the last podcast of 2021. Because
there is no going to be famous last words, but I'm going to say a little bit of a different thing. First, don't forget to turn the capture in this thing. The second, current world trending is basically like, yeah, Russians should not exist again. And it's led by America, it's repeated by France. Germany kind of on our side because they want our gas. But yeah, it's basically like living like this. This song is basically it's how it's living in Russia today with current world events. Hey, you can make it a little bit louder. It's basically GDR song.
Hört ihr's nicht? Ihr Schreien ist nicht mehr Geflüster. Hört ihr's nicht? Sie schreien nach Profit ihrer Kriegsindustrie und rüsten zum Kreuzzug erneut wie noch nie. Ihr Heer steht bereit für die Aggression gegen dich und die Sowjetunion. Arbeiter bauen fester die Waffen, euch ist das
Is that so Lithuanian part?
Never heard that song.
Regen. Hört ihr es nicht? Sie schreien nach neuen Raketen. Hört ihr es nicht? Vom Rhein wird mit Abschreckungslärm gedroht, mit Superwaffen, Neutronen und Tod. Das ist die moderne Inquisition gegen dich und die Sowjetunion. Arbeiter, Bauern, fester die Waffen, heute ist das heilige Pflicht. Dass die Verbrecher Verbrechen beginnen, das Volk ihre Waffen zerbricht. Heute ist der Sozialismus Weltmacht, heute stehen die Völker nicht mehr allein. Und fester die Einheit der Kampf wird sich lohnen, in der Welt immer Frieden sein. Und fester die Einheit der Kampf wird sich lohnen, in der Welt immer Frieden sein. Aus Washington schreit es Sanktionen. Hört ihr es nicht? Embargo, Bestrafungsaktionen. Hört ihr es nicht?
I know why I don't know that song. It's from East Germany.
Sie sind für Profit zu allem bereit. Es rüstet die schwärzeste Reaktion gegen dich und die Sowjetunion. Arbeiter, Bauern, fester die Waffen, heute ist das heilige Pflicht. Dass sie die Verbrecher Verbrechen beginnen, das Volk ihre Waffen zerbricht. Heute ist der Sozialismus Weltmacht, heute steht die
Yeah, East Germany was basically Russia-controlled part of Germany.
Yeah, while West Germany was US controlled.
Yeah, pretty much.
So basically, if you look at the lyrics, or you can understand the lyrics, you kind of can see the parallel between modern depiction of Russia and how it used to be back then in Cold War times.
Mm.
So yeah, my last words would be: progressive humanity, come on, start protesting. Start anti-war movement. We have our army at our borders, while US have army at our borders.
Yeah, well, there's still army forces in Germany, but not
as much as in Poland. Poland really paid a lot for that.
Yeah.
Poland really want to have Ukraine and Belarus back at their as their land.
All that. I don't know. It's. I go offline in offline exile. I don't want to hear anything anymore. Hey, we want this, we want that. Oh my god, really? Oh well. Yeah, I think that was. I mean, I know that was the last stream for this year when it comes to our
for us.
Yeah, for us, for our podcast. So we will continue with that next year. That always sounds so funny. Not this year anymore. Next year.
I really don't want to do Game Awards.
Yeah. Well, we will see.
I know the results of Game Awards. I'm really not looking forward to it.
Well, I guess we might just do the Steam Awards. I mean, the Game Awards have been already, so they're already old news in January. But the Steam Awards will be in January, I think, right?
Yeah. Supposed to be. But not at the start of the January, somebody closer to the middle of the January.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, let's see how is New Year? When is New Year? New Year is for fuck's sake, really? Saturday, so that's only basically a longer weekend. So yeah, I guess the first stream next year might be on the 8th then.
15.
Or 15, yeah, that also sounds like a
We can play
plan.
Dead Space at 8.
Yeah, we could do that actually. Yeah, sounds like a plan. So basically in a month from now will be the first and the next. Alright, and I'm gonna do some shopping now with all those unvexed morons outside.
Bye everyone. See you next year.
Yay! Alright, Lothar, thanks for hanging out as always. And you have a good night because it's late for you already. So,
Yeah, I'll do. Have a nice day.
bye!
Bye.
Alright, let me switch to this here. There we go. And yeah, I'm not gonna continue the stream because, yeah, like I said, why is the chat working in here? What? Why is the chat working in here? I don't understand that. What the hell? It's not working in the regular scene? Well, that sucks. So yeah, thanks again, Lothar, for hanging out with me. And yeah, that was a pretty long one. 4 hours. Holy shit. I definitely need to, yeah, get to pee. Alright, well, yeah, that was number 27 of the Digital Homicides stream podcast discussional thingy. We still don't have a fixed name for that. We just do that for 3 years, going into year number 4 already, when I did the math right. So yeah, that was topicless, but still enough stuff to talk, as always. Yeah. We as a podcast will see you next year, but you can see me later eventually. But now I have to get some shopping done, and yeah. But for the Digital Homicide podcast, this was the last of this year. So thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed, even though it wasn't really with the topic and a lot of political stuff again. But it's always informative. You can learn stuff, I can learn stuff. Lothar learns maybe less because, yeah, he's more into all the history background and stuff than I am. So, yeah. Once again, thanks for hanging out. And time zone appropriate greetings to everybody. Have a good one. Bye.